And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to my very late stream. Thank you to everybody who has been patiently waiting. My alarm never went off. So yeah, I have literally rolled straight out of bed, turned on the computer, started this up. So what I'm going to do is start the video, put you in the very capable hands of Nick, Andrew, and Viva. I'm going to go and put some pants on, do my hair, and I'll be right back. So, yeah, I know. Very late. I'm acutely aware. Alright, let's get this started.
Can witness.
No, I didn't. If it's about the deleting, is it about deleting the high res video footage? I didn't see it, but
Yes.
I read. I mean, I didn't see everything yesterday.
No one saw it. No one saw it yesterday. It was because it was a Fed, for whatever reason, they moved the camera and they turned off the microphones. However, the people in the courtroom were, it was not protected testimony. So the reporters in the courtroom have written about it. The long and short is the prosecution or the state questioned the FBI agent about the drone
I should be back in like 5.
footage, basically authenticated the footage. Not authentic. They didn't ask anything about the identity of the people within the footage, because I don't think the pilot or the cameraman could have testified that is definitely Kyle Rittenhouse. He doesn't know. He has no personal knowledge of that. But they testified about the footage itself and why it was created. Richards then says, we want a high-res version of it. And then the FBI guy says, we deleted it. And then Binger objects and says, we don't control the government, the federal government. And the judge says, he's like, excuse me? What are you talking about? What do you mean? He actually says, if this is a murder trial, if there's going to be some cloak and dagger stuff, we need to know why. So right now, that FLIR image that Richards used in his opening is not actually admissible. The judge has not admitted that evidence. They have withheld that issue for a later time. I assume he probably asked them for briefs on it.
I mean, that's all nice. I don't think we need that footage, but are we not? Is nobody really flabbergasted at the fact that the FBI is deleting high resolution video footage? That they were.
I'm shocked.
Well, that they had it in the first place. I mean, are they watching this go down in real time and then not intervening, or do they just have drones out there? They don't know what's going on, but they're gathering the footage.
I think Aviva, I think that's exactly it. Is that if the public knew how much the FBI was involved, how much they knew, how much they actively knew and did not intervene, I think they would be shocked and appalled. How much the FBI sat there and watched businesses be burned down and did not intervene.
Well, that would be one thing. If they're watching, if they're just surveilling and they don't know what they're getting, and they'll triage through it afterwards. That's one thing. But if they're sitting there in real time watching little thermal images of people running around, hearing gunfire, and they're not intervening, I mean, I already know what I think of FBI and CIA and the intelligence in terms of potentially, not only not stopping these things, but potentially allowing them to go on. This would be further evidence of that. If they have drones up in the sky, which means they're recording, and they either know what's going on in real time or they don't. And then afterwards, they know what went down, but they don't disclose it. And then they delete the high resolution footage of it. Inexcusable.
If anyone thinks that footage has been deleted, let me suggest to you that when you take a picture with your phone, either Apple or Google, it takes several steps to go through and delete that footage from the automatic cloud storage backup. And if you don't think that drone footage is being live uploaded to a secure server at the FBI and then backed up on a fail-safe server or cloud storage that the FBI is using, I got a bridge to sell you. That footage still exists, guaranteed. I guarantee you the FBI still has the high-res footage. There's no way it was deleted. It's a pain to delete things these days.
Properly. To delete it properly.
Yes.
And the FBI...
Well, unless you're Hillary.
Right.
It was a pain for her too. It was very difficult, but
She had to use bleach bit and a hammer for that. No, the FBI is not in the business of deleting things. This is the organization which I will go on record and claim boldly, and I dare the FBI to challenge me with a defamation suit. They are the largest holders of cheese pizza videos and photos on the entire planet. They have the largest collection of it. They don't delete any of that stuff. And we're to believe that they're deleting random drone footage. They probably have drone footage of nothing happening archived going back for several years. But this one, though, they went in and deleted. Come on now. I don't buy it for a second.
If they did do that, first of all, when would they have deleted it? When would they have deleted it? Within the 48 hours of the actual shooting? I mean, they knew the evening of that there was an incident. I don't know how to call it without imputing legal consequences. A conclusion. Right. They knew the night of. So what did they do? We didn't realize, and we didn't get it back, and then it auto deleted and recorded over it. Bull crap. I mean, bull crap all around. And
yeah,
too many coincidences and gross negligence required. It's like you said, complete bullshit.
I was recording on my RCA VHS camcorder from my helicopter drone, and I hit rewind before I hit record the next day. So it just taped over it. I'm really sad about it because I also had the reruns of MASH on that VHS tape, and now those are gone too. So I mean, you guys are mad, but imagine how I feel. I don't have my MASH reruns. Like, what are we talking about? This is 2021 or 2020 at the time. Everything is digital. Nothing is deleted. Everything is uploaded automatically to backups and fail safes. And the government doesn't. Is there a regulation on government record?
It's implausible. It is more suspicious than anything. The only thing I'm saying is how exonerating. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the video footage you have from the ground is as exonerating as you need. What could have been? I guess it could be incriminating for other purposes that don't have to deal with being exonerating for Rittenhouse. But if anybody believes that the FBI deleted the only high-res video footage of that drone footage, you're naive to the point of willful blindness or worse. Mm-hmm. You can be no better than naive to the point of willful blindness. It's inconceivable.
I think move to dismiss on it. In all honesty, move to dismiss or move for a mistrial and say, look, if the government, because we know that state prosecutors have coordinated with the FBI on this. We know that has happened because they had a copy of the footage. They had it 5 months before the defense had it. They didn't disclose it. So we know that this existed at a time when it would have been easily obtainable and probably not deleted. And so if they don't want to produce it, move to dismiss and say, look, there's high-res FLIR image out there taken by the government that the government has refused to produce, highly prejudicial to the defendant. Move to dismiss all charges.
It's a legitimate point. I mean, it's disclosure of potentially exculpatory but relevant evidence to the defendant for the benefit of the defendant as a principle of fundamental justice. So we deleted evidence that could have totally exonerated you. Sorry, we're only the FBI.
Yes. And the fact that we don't know the scope, that's the whole thing. We don't know the scope of what they have. And they could have so much that it could, like you said, completely exonerate them, make this something where they would drop all the charges, be completely done.
Right. And even if you don't win on that motion, Schrader already seems to be of the mind that the prosecution's on kind of thin ice. The prosecution is losing tons of motions. They're losing their objections. They have some dishonest practices that Schrader has called out. They have some narrative issues that Schrader's called out. And so even if you lose this motion, you get it in the judge's mind. Judge, we know this footage is there. They're refusing to produce it. Maybe you don't dismiss the case on it, but they're going to refuse to produce it. And it's that little bit of help that might help you win on an objection or a motion later on, or it might be the basis for a judgment notwithstanding a verdict, where the judge overturns a jury conviction. Like I think you put out that motion to dismiss. If they're not going to produce the footage, that's what you do. And I'm guessing the judge asked them for briefings on that footage specifically. And if they brief it, they should say, look, if the government doesn't want to produce it, we're fine with that. Let's dismiss the case then, because the evidence is out there.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible that motion could be granted.
Who when Barnes was railing against the corrupt prosecutor who was leaking information, is it the guy? It's not the guy we see prosecuting right now. It's not the lead. Okay, you got Mark Phillips, who is defense counsel. What's the name
Mark
of the guy?
Richards.
Mark
Richards
Richards. The name of the prosecuting attorney who we see with the glasses. What's his name?
Sherfisi.
Sherfisi. Okay,
Yep.
and who is the corrupt DA that we have been talking about for a while?
Is it Binger?
Binger.
That's the tall guy with the faux hawk.
Okay, that's I'm not
lead-
good with the
lead
names, but
prosecutor.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I would say you have to make the biggest stink about that because that missing footage high resolution from the aerial, which would potentially show not Rittenhouse chasing Rosenbaum, but the exact opposite, contrary to what Sharfizi said in his opening statements, that it was Rittenhouse pursuing Rosenbaum, which he then subsequently contradicted. But man, there's no excuse for it, and it should be the headline story of this case.
And more importantly, and not more importantly, as important, another facet of this is that the state is purportedly relying on it to build the only narrative that they have, that Kyle Rittenhouse provoked an encounter with Joseph Rosenbaum by chasing him. But if you notice from that FBI video, it does a crop of the footage. It does a zoom in and crop at the one moment where we might get an indication that Kyle is actually pursuing Rosenbaum. It's that time is still left in the dark, even though the prosecution has narrated it that way because Rosenbaum was moving in a direction and Kyle was behind him moving in the same direction. Both of them appear to have increased their pace, but he's drawing an inference there that a pursuit is occurring. The high resolution footage that does not crop out when they zoom in, if it exists, for example, might show that Kyle's not running in the same vector. And that would be very important. If Rosenbaum's vector goes off because he does peel away and move behind some cars, and Kyle Rittenhouse moves in a different direction, if their vectors are distinctly different, you cannot say he was in pursuit. You cannot with any certainty. You could say, no, Kyle Rittenhouse was running that way. And though their directions are similar, they're not the same. And we have to draw the reasonable inference that he is running to anything else on the planet, because that's how reasonable doubt works.
But they know if they get that footage, they know the facts are going to show that Rosenbaum was the one who was egging this thing on. He was getting in people's faces. He was pursuing this. He was almost challenging this to happen, right? And that's what's going to be shown if they get that footage.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. And even in the footage that they show, when Rosenbaum moves off away from Zemisky, we've got an issue. We're back in session here.
All right, I'm going to get some food real quick while we're getting tuned up.
I screwed up my stream tonight twice. It's 7:00 tonight, and it went live for some reason. Or gosh darn it. Okay, anyways, I made a mistake. 7:00 tonight is with Greg Hartley, not presently speaking. I think I hit some button wrong here as we're doing this. Okay, just gonna go shut some
Wait, so you
streams
started
down.
a live stream while on here?
I don't even know. I don't even know how the mistake happened, because I created it through StreamYard with Rumble, and now I'm going to go see on Rumble if the date is the wrong date there. Yeah, sorry. Sidebar tonight with Greg Hartley. Not right now.
How do you feel about the Rumble's acquisition of locals? I haven't got a chance to ask you.
I don't mind. I think it's net positive all around. I mean, Rumble had some exposure in terms of not being totally. Was that me or you? In terms of not being totally cloud independent. Rumble is better. Rumble will be able to help also with live streaming integration directly through locals. I think it's good all around. And it's a merger. It wasn't like they bought Dave out and Dave is out in the street, counting.
Right, he's still on.
He's a shareholder in Rumble now. I think it's a win all the way around.
Well, thank you. I haven't looked too much into it. I never used Rumble. So
I know Chris Pavlovsky as well, who's the CEO of Rumble. Similar interests. Chris is not looking to sell out to Google tomorrow by any means. I don't think he's looking to sell out to Google ever. But no, never say never. They're aligned ideologically, and I think this protects everybody better, and it also enables traffic to find you on locals via Rumble. Like, we've got hundreds of thousands of subs on Rumble. If it facilitates discovery to locals, again, net benefit all around.
I'm just mad
I want
because now I have to.
discussing
I have to
your,
integrate Rumble into my.
assignment on the night of
do it.
August 25th, 2021. Excuse me, before we took a break, 2020, thank you. Before we took a break, you were talking about going on the internet and downloading some videos, and we're going to get back to that in a second. But I want to go back to the evening of early morning hours into the next day of August 25th, August 26th of 2020. Did there come a time in which you learned the identity of the person who had shot people that night?
Yes.
How did that come to be?
There was information on social media, and also we received information that the person had turned themselves in at the Antioch Police Department.
Prior to the defendant turning himself in at the Antioch Police Department, did you have information identifying him as the individual who shot and killed 2 people that night?
There were pictures circulating on social media.
Were you able to see or figure out the identity of the person in those pictures?
Early on in the investigation, I recall seeing a picture, but I do not recall knowing the identity of the person immediately.
Did there, after the defendant turned himself in to the Antioch Police Department, did you go down there in person?
Yes.
And did you have face-to-face contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Did the defendant indicate to you that he had suffered some injuries that night?
Yes.
Did you take photographs and document those injuries?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about those injuries?
He had an approximately half-inch scratch above his left eyebrow. He had a small cut on the inside of his lower lip, slightly offset to the right. There is a approximately 2-inch scratch below his left collarbone. There was some redness to the right side of his belly button, just above his waistline. There was an approximate 2-inch scratch on his left forearm. There was some redness on his right forearm. There was some redness on the tip of his right thumb. And on his back, there was a scratch somewhere on his left side, about the where the left shoulder blade would be, in that approximate area. And also there were 2 bumps on the back of his head that was approximately here, so above the left ear.
You're muted, Viva.
Both of those.
We're talking about Rittenhouse here,
I could
correct?
not get to turn up in the photograph.
He was a lumpy head.
Rittenhouse has very thick hair.
Seriously beaten.
But
Okay.
with the gloved hand, I was able to feel
We've
it.
got 4 head
And
injuries.
Both of these bumps
Justified
approximate
self-defense.
to be the size of a penny.
Shouldn't have been there,
And
Nick. You
I
should
was
not have
slightly
been there.
raised, and I was able to feel that with my hands.
Was that the extent of the injuries that?
Is that
Yeah,
all?
I got there
Other
eventually.
than that,
Now, I know you talked about getting some videos off the internet. Was there a time in which you also collected some physical evidence from the scene of the shootings?
Yes,
Thick,
at 63rd
luxurious
Street
hair.
and Sheridan Road, yes.
And can you tell us about that?
That was on August 29th. We had a citizen by the name of James Powarczyk. I might have gotten his last name a little bit off, but
Bigot.
I think there were 2 W's in there. I think it was Powarczyk.
My people.
We got a report from
Slavs are a minority, you know.
that the citizen came to check out the area of where this had happened, and he located 2 shell casings underneath a silver Chevy Cruze in the car source parking lot.
Karen, that last name is Piwowarczyk. After receiving this report,
Love
did
it.
you go to that scene to check out these shell casings?
Yes,
Did you recover those shell casings?
yes.
And what were they specifically?
They were 2 Aguila 223 REM shell casings, and the location of where they were located. The silver Chevy Cruze was right in the area of what I had seen on the videos of where the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum had taken place.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier that as part of your investigation, you searched social media, the internet, et cetera, to gather videos of this particular night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through some
What
of
other
those
websites
videos
do you
now
search
in your
for videos?
testimony. Let me turn the TVs on.
I didn't
Might as
realize
well
that, guys.
ask.
We all work for intelligence now. I did a lot of searching the internet.
Could you imagine the prosecution say, or the defense? What other websites do you have experience searching videos for?
Do any of them end in hub?
Did you interview any witnesses or pursue any witnesses? Well, no, I looked on their social media accounts and I took screenshots. And can we all appreciate what he just described as the injuries sustained by Kyle Rittenhouse? I mean, a 2-inch gash or a scratch. Sorry. Two bruises
Scratch
on
up
his head.
here, cut lip, and then 2 lumps, penny-sized lumps. By the way, penny-sized lump is not a small lump. You don't want any lump on your head.
Yes.
The first video that I'm
Is
going
that
to
all?
show is on our. Oh,
I would on cross. I would hit those. I would talk about those lumps a lot. I would just reiterate that there. Can you, please, restate what the injuries were specifically to Mr. Rittenhouse's head?
This is a video which is on our list as exhibit number 18. And this is a video from a news source called The Rundown Live.
A news source
So if you
called The
begin this,
Rundown Live. Okay.
Begin playing this at the very start, please.
It's interesting, the way that the media covered all this.
Kristan T. Harris here at the Rundown Live.
Yeah,
and I'm here with a bunch
working
of
out what the
militia.
best, layout's going to be.
They're protecting a local car shop across the street.
Yeah.
I saw.
Sorry, what I was just saying, Boo Breeze has hit this on the head. It's really interesting. I just went through to look through search engines and whatnot to see if I could find details of exactly what Kyle's injuries were. So I typed in Kyle Rittenhouse injuries. Not a single damn result. Everything's coming up with the 3 men that he killed, or the arm injury, or all that sort of stuff. It's like, way to go. Way to cover this from a balanced perspective, people. Seriously.
Yesterday is this one. There's video of it on YouTube of this one burn, and we have that fire, and people are hitting it with bats and a whole bunch of other things.
To this audio being played and the editorialization, I don't have
Yes.
a problem with the video being played.
Good objection.
I think we've agreed to the authenticity of it. I think that the individual who recorded this is available to be subpoenaed if necessary. I don't think it's.
Yeah, Schrader's not having this shit.
Maybe approach, Your Honor. I want to see this.
Well,
No, you can continue it in
start
front of the jury.
there. Start from that position and we'll see. It's a confrontation issue.
Say
Hopefully that's
it,
not going to
Binger.
cover any evidence or
I'm
anything.
sorry.
No.
It's
No, because if it's to be something that has to be a record, and I'll have to send the jury.
It's
on
not, I don't believe it's a confrontation issue, Your Honor, because we're going to be here.
No,
We've
but I
already heard
expected that
audio
at least the
from
ones
other
that were in
witnesses. We're gonna
support of
hear
Kyle
more.
would have at
Yeah,
least
I
covered his
don't get-
injuries.
I can tell you,
He called him a militia, and the guy's not there in the courtroom.
Yep.
if there's descriptive material, then he's entitled to confront the speaker.
Oh, look. A
There's
website
not
from the
descriptive
UK
material
mentions
presented,
the
Your Honor.
He
injuries.
called him a
This is not a
militia.
confrontation.
And you've heard it before?
Yeah, I've seen it in its editorialization.
He's already made statements, assertions of fact.
He just made one.
He did.
Oh, fuck.
Get wrecked,
Gotcha,
Binger.
bitch. Gotcha,
But-
bitch.
By the way, the judge right now is looking at
We can play it without the audio. There will be times in which we will have audio of interactions with the defendant where he makes
That
statements.
Defendant's statements are invisible.
All right, I'll do my best to alert
No,
you.
do your
when-
best, bitch.
Get wrecked. He did the bitch up.
Let's play without sound.
Well, we'll play it without sound. Your Honor. Judge didn't even have to rule on it.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the judge was looking at the defense when he was reacting to the
He studied
prosecution.
evidence last century. The evidence textbook.
Oh shit!
Which
History
was
lesson, guys.
probably,
Oh,
Get your
crap.
crayons out.
Get your slate and crayon.
He's got it. These things are called
probably about
books.
this thick. about a quarter of it was dealt with the hearsay rule.
Oh god, we're learning hearsay, guys.
All the time.
It's the same thing that he said during the Anderson trial. He's going to go through the same story. What can you believe that the same DA department is getting the same lecture about the use of the hearsay rule? I'm shocked.
And
Legal. Get legal in here.
the hearsay rule.
Hearsay is as good evidence as direct evidence, people.
There is nothing murkier in the law of evidence
Affiliate his course.
than the hearsay rule. And I can tell you from 50 years of experience that that is accurate. It is a rule that has many, many exclusions, and it has many, many exceptions. So some things that may seem to the untrained ear to be hearsay are not, and some things that don't seem like it are. Basically, the rule is that a statement of a non-testifying person cannot be offered to prove the truth of the matter which is asserted in the statement. The rule, this is something we actually referred to on the first day when I talked about what's introduced in evidence has to be under oath. It has to be subject to cross-examination. And that's not true of statements that are made by somebody who's not here while testifying as a witness. He's not here on the stand, he's not under oath, and he's not subject to cross-examination. So this person who's describing this is occurring on a discussion that you or I might have if it didn't require the strict rules that we have in the court. It's perfectly, ordinary conversation. But when it gets into court, and this is actually referred to in the Bible, St. Paul, when he was put on trial.
Oh God! I was a religious studies
I was
major,
there when it
and
was
look,
written.
I'm
In the
It came
not ready
up
to go
in
back.
the prosecution of Jesus
I think
Christ.
it's Caesarea.
I was there. I
It was
defended.
over in Palestine, in Israel. He was
Judge is killing me.
oh fuck. We're back in the Roman Empire, guys.
some activity, and he was a Roman citizen.
We're in the Roman Empire. We're back.
Not common, but he happened to have been a Roman citizen.
What the hell is going on now, people?
Share, as Americans. And when they tried to put him on trial with
This judge
Yes,
is the
Mads. He's
worst
explaining it to
nightmare
the
for the
jury.
prosecution in this case.
he said, "Where are the witnesses against me? I am a Roman, and I have a right to confront my accusers. They should be here." And so that led to actually his voyage to Rome to have his case heard before the emperor.
Sorry, the comic Caligula was
It was an
based.
ancient
I'm
rule.
sorry, that made me laugh.
It's strictly enforced in the criminal courts for very obvious reasons. So that's what we're talking about here. And so if the person who's making this descriptive material is here and can be put under oath and cross-examined, then it's admissible. But otherwise, it is not admissible through the officer here.
You could have just said that.
How do you know
By the
they're
way,
militia
Play
members?
the video. And now, one of the exclusions from the operation of the rule, there was reference here.
My con law final was on the confrontation clause.
Apparently,
so.
statements, the state claims were made.
What? Come on.
All this Bible talk even cut the.
They're like, sorry, YouTube is going to censor it. It's too religious. It's too far right. Too far right.
Oh, Nick, this is probably your internet.
No,
it
I
can't be
don't
your
think it's
internet.
mine.
No,
It's
because we're
smooth.
clear.
Yeah.
It's the upload.
The Book of
Let me
Shreya.
refresh it. I hate to do it, but we got to hit a refresh on it.
Oh, see, it even happens to them. Happens to the
Play
best
the
of us.
video, and now one of the exclusions from the operation of the rule, there was reference here
Why didn't
to
he? Binger should have argued a present
This-
sense
there-
impression. This
apparently
is just his
statements-
present sense
the
impression that these
state
guys are
claims were made-
militia. Oh, come on!
Someone's gonna have to make a meme about Abe Simpson talking about "Give me 2 Bs for the dollar." They'd say, back when I was a kid.
Do I still have that in the?
Yeah, this is an interesting detour to really explain the history of hearsay, the biblical history.
You can play the video, and now one of the exclusions from the operation of the rule.
I mean, I like this shit, but not during the trial.
Just there were apparently statements. The state claims were made.
It's locking up at the same place. F.
It looks
Oh,
like
wait.
he's in the car source parking lot. I'd say about there. The viewpoint of the video is pointing north towards St.
we're-
James Church.
It caught up.
And we've already heard some testimony about the fact that St. James Church on our map looks like it's got a structure there, but in the video, it's changed. Are you familiar with that?
At St. James Church at this time, a little bit prior to these incidents, was going through a demolition.
Okay, thank you. Please.
The former school building,
Yeah, the school building,
not the church.
correct.
You can't destroy the church,
Let's
says
continue
the
video,
judge.
please.
Some of the comments in the chat are quite funny.
Oh, they're amazing.
Love it. Love it.
Let's pause 1 second here, and can we turn the sound back on? I think everybody's in agreement. That is the defendant, correct? Okay. So let's turn the sound back on briefly for this section, please.
We're live on the Rundown Live. And
Always be
as
advertising.
you can see, there. Do you have a good angle? Yeah, very cool. And you guys local or no? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. No, we'll do this.
Coronavirus.
Oh, dude, I'm not afraid of no coronavirus.
Yeah.
In fact, my
Oh my
shirt
God.
underneath it says I survived the coronavirus. There you go. Yeah, it's very possible. Was that? Oh, bro. Believe it or not, I've been doing this for about 12 years, so 41. And, you know, if you guys see me get hit with something, I'm knocked out, that's when I need help.
Yep.
Or if it looks like somebody's going to beat me at the club, then I need help. Other than that, I can.
We'll be there to help.
Non-aggression principle. You know, I don't want anyone hurt.
Based NAP.
They have medics too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay?
Why can't this guy say
Okay, cool.
THs? He says them as Ds. Even doe, day.
So, are you guys? Do you guys mind?
Now, but continue the video. Thank you.
Wait, so the text that we just saw run across that said militia.
I'm sorry.
There.
Let's go back a few seconds.
Militia full video prior to shootings. Are they showing that on purpose? To
Yeah,
It's-
that's
it's the
problem.
title of the video, so it's going to pop up every time they do anything with pausing or unpausing.
How convenient.
I think Binger just recognized
They have
it.
medics too, and their medics are pretty helpful, even though they might be on the other side, if that makes sense. But they'll help me, okay?
We got medics too.
Like,
Okay,
this,
cool.
this is why I'd probably get on the judge's nerves, because I would object there.
So,
I mean,
are
it's
you guys-
doing
you guys
indirectly what the
actually
judge
up
said
on
he
the
couldn't do.
Yeah, there is. Well, you're gonna help me stop, but we really want to know what else going through.
Okay, no, that's fair. I thought I'd ask and make for some cool footage. But we got militia members.
Oh,
Sound
yeah,
off
they just
now, please. Thank you.
snuck
Oh, I'm
that
sorry, I didn't mean to play that back.
Oh,
editorialization in.
those motherfuckers. I mean, again,
If they
We're
do
not
it
trying to
again,
prove- he's not
Richard's
trying to prove
better.
it was a militia. He's just trying to prove that he said they were a militia.
Richard's better object if it comes out again, though.
I'm going to use. May I use
Damage is done.
Sister-
yeah. No, Viva's right over there. It is done.
Marciano. I'm going to point out up on the roof there is Dominic Black. And there's not any dispute about this from the defense, so I just want to clarify for the jury. I'll do it on the screen here.
On the roof is militia member Mr. Black. Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. I meant
Oh crap! I need to fix the banner. Thank
Strike
you for
that.
reminding me.
Dispute on that. So that is Dominic Black up there. Thank you.
Singer really is a quite capable prosecutor.
Now, can
Like, that
we
needs to be
please,
recognized.
skip
He's very
forward
good.
To the 30-minute and 25-second mark.
All right, I forgot this is early
For
in
the
the
turd
trial.
sandwich he's handed.
I mean, the fact that he just snuck in the editorialization that was just voted out, and every time he knows that every time they address this video, it's going to say militia on the screen again and again and again.
Yep. And that's intentional.
All right.
They had other video they could have used.
They could have renamed it. They could have renamed it Exhibit X or whatever.
Can we play from there? No sound at this moment, please.
Viva, you're still muted. You keep muting yourself.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna call me Boomer Viva. Yes. Can we play it from there? The exact moment where the text says militia. Zoom in. Rotate. Yep.
Yeah. Zoom and enhance on militia.
Enhance is what I'm looking for. Can we just
enhance?
Ooh, how that is going to age as well. Pinch and zoom.
What are we looking at now? Why are we looking at it? And what is the witness there to say? Is this what you found online, Mr. Inspector? Yes.
Yeah. Can we object to the relevance of this portion of the video? Like, what?
I like that.
What is the point of all this? Like, the defendant isn't on screen. We haven't gotten assertions that Dominic Black or Nicholas Smith are on screen. Any witnesses? We have nothing other than the fact that this guy's walking around playing this video. Kyle was there for just a second.
And militia. Oh, stop it right there. Paused again. What are the chances?
For the jury's purposes, I'm just going to point out this individual that is going to be walking towards the camera is Brian Balch.
There's Balch,
And
yeah.
then we just saw the defendant on a car that was leaning against the car that was off to the right of this, so he may come back into view again. But
Hey, American Dream.
And take another opportunity to pause this video and show the word militia.
Can we stop 1 second, please? Can we go back to the point where the defendant comes into view and turn the sound on, please?
Turn the sound.
Right there, please. Pause and let's turn the sound on, please.
Yeah. This will be good.
All right.
He's a fast runner.
Oh. Hey, don't instigate. Don't just stand there. They're not going to cause any problems. So we got the militia here.
Oh, you motherfucker! Object to this.
Why?
All right, let's go to.
What the fuck are you doing, Richards?
Minute and 45-second mark, please.
I'm not supposed to scream obscenities right now. My apologies to my family.
I'll do it for you. Don't worry, Nick. I got
Yeah,
you.
you do it.
Okay, so first of all, is there an objection that has already been raised that is going to be sustained for all of this, or is he not allowed speaking right now?
Can we turn the sound on for this, please?
I would object to relevance. Does he have every
Yep.
time this guy says militia marked down on timestamps?
Yep.
We talked to them a little earlier. And they've been pretty nice to me.
Why is the sound on here?
They've kind of let me come and go. How you guys doing? Who you with? Rundown
Objection. Objection. This guy isn't on the stand.
Got a reporter in the perimeter.
All right, they're saying I'm in the perimeter. They're making awareness that I'm here.
The fact that they're letting this ride is just insane. The defense
Richards,
is
where are
letting
you?
this ride.
Object to this.
And we got the militia here.
Object to this. It's clearly editorial.
They're trying to protect private property. They're trying to protect their property. Everyone got that right. Yeah, no shit. I don't disagree. That's
They aiming at us when we down there.
Oh, were they?
With the green laser.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. With the green laser.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
No, that's not cool.
Objection hearsay.
I think a lot of them just are scared. So,
Holy shit.
What the hell?
Look at these pussies on the roof.
This is painful. Man. This is painful to listen to. This is painful.
agree with this guy. These guys are trying to protect their property up there. Yeah, they're just trying to protect their property.
That's helpful.
Like if that was my house and I didn't know what was going on, yeah.
I just assumed there was like some old riders.
No, I think one of them.
Object!
They clicked the laser pointer, and they're probably somebody's trying to be a
Object!
copy dick. Yeah, I know, but it's still been a copy dick, though. You know,
Object!
because those things are loaded. That's not for a phone. That's not.
How the fuck does he know that?
Binger is using this to prove the
But
truth of the
you know,
statements. This is clear
yeah.
hearsay. Object.
Back to my point, not all militia should have guns, because if they're pointing lasers at people from the rough, that's not cool either. So that's what caused it. So allegedly, the reason why we were upset is somebody pointed a green laser at
Nick, people in the chat are saying it's muted in court, but I don't know how that would be possible.
I don't believe
No,
that.
It's not muted in court.
No.
Because I don't know how it would be unmuted.
Oh, he's
on
finally
the internet.
That's
objected.
fine, but this is editorial.
Finally. Okay, now does it cover all of it?
Why did he allow it to go on for so long if he was going to object?
Don't have anything to do with the defendant. That's
Objection
what describes
hearsay.
the scene, and I'm trying to give the jury.
That's
a sense of the
hearsay.
scene.
It's
Bull-
hearsay.
For the love of God.
Yeah, the fucking judge is 100% in. All you had to do is object.
The mind of the
He's
defendant.
ready.
If it's not for the
What?
truth of the matter asserted, it's irrelevant.
No, goes to
Yes.
state of mind, Your Honor,
No, it does not.
State of mind of
of the defendant. When he sees
someone else's.
What?
You do me a favor.
That's got absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, this is
Yes,
ridiculous.
yes. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Because
Wait,
the
by the way,
fucking defense lawyer can't do it.
But the prosecution just said he's trying to establish the frame of mind of the defendant.
Yeah.
So he's introducing evidence through a witness who's not a participant in that evidence to set up a frame of mind of the defendant for the jury.
Richards here is bordering on severe
Yes.
issues that he did not object at the second time he said militia, the third time he said militia, and then the green laser thing, which Binger brought in the green laser
Yeah,
thing.
I'm fully
in his
expecting
opening
an actual
statement.
weapon this time
Using
around,
it
and I'm
on that
expecting it to
right
be
away.
detailed.
Right away. Laser, boom, objection.
He is using
Okay.
this to
First
establish
off,
the truth
Court
of the matter.
Appeals very strongly condemns sidebars, and we've used them for a number of purposes in this case, which I think everyone would agree have not touched anything which is an essential part of the case. And
Why would the Court of
mainly
Appeal have issues with
management
sidebars?
But the Court of Appeals
Actually
lately
interesting
wants
to hear
have
about
a
that.
full record made, which cannot be made when we're having a little sidebar. So, and when you state your objections, then I've stated you have to state the objection here, or else I'll have to excuse the jury. And I think that was, we're going to get into this a little more deeply now.
Good.
So
Tell
that.
Richards how to
And,
do this,
we'll try to
please.
keep it so that they're not inconvenienced too much just being in the library here.
Oh, he's gonna chew him out.
Just the stage here.
Oh! I love it.
You know, I've talked about inaccurate things out of the media. And one of the things that I've read over and over and over again is about how I messed up the state against Jensen case, which is now pending downstairs. Actually, I had it 100% correct in the first place.
Shit.
That the disputed matter was testimonial evidence that
Oh,
had
okay,
to
so
be
it's the way that they
confronted.
handle sidebars there.
And
Interesting.
your office
Okay.
appealed. This is 20 years ago, and it was fine. It was
He remembers.
It was a big case, and the state Supreme Court, reversed and said, no, we're going to adopt a new rule that is to be applied in this case about waiver and forfeiture. And so it came back, and I said right in the record, this is going to get reversed again because it was an unsound ruling, unanimous. I hate to say that about the Supreme Court, but it's true. And
I love this
of
guy.
course, that has proved positive. So I tried the case according to the way the Supreme Court told me to try it. And that was 20 years ago. The man is
No.
Holy shit.
in prison.
Okay. Okay.
And the case has again been reversed because of the evidence that the Supreme Court told me to admit. I don't want to mess around with confrontation issues. I can't let you present evidence into this record, which is barred by the confrontation rule. And you're asking me to let this just run while this man is making descriptive materials to prove the state of mind of the accused? That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
First of all,
I
Your
said
Honor,
it before the judge said it.
Okay, let's see what Bing has to say. For
Are you
himself.
There was
serious?
historical information that he was saying in the part that we did here.
it is not for testimonial purposes.
No, it's just a color
It's
of the
not for
jury.
testimony purposes, but I want the jury to hear it.
Law enforcement, it's not a report for the purposes of reporting a crime or for any pending legal action whatsoever.
That's just dirty.
That's right.
Well, even,
It's-
okay,
it's
let's not
hearsay.
even talk about this confrontation. Let's talk about it as hearsay.
Then it goes to the defendant's state of mind.
No, it
Because
does
the
not.
defendant is witnessing
How?
what's going
Let
on.
me explain that.
He is witnessing what's going on in the crowd. He's witnessing the response. He's witnessing all of these statements that are being made.
Where? Where's the defendant?
And it goes to his state of mind. It's a present sense impression. And the defendant's state of mind, as we've all agreed multiple times in this case,
They
is
haven't even
critical
shown that he
to
was in the
case.
area. He wasn't anywhere on that video.
Start at the beginning for where I came in. The state argues that we've been doing this. One, Mr. Elijah, who was giving the editorial comments in the
Is someone playing like the violin in the background?
first video, he was here to be questioned. In this case, this individual who's in charge of the audio video feed is not under the state subpoena. He could be. If they chose to do that, they could have him here and he could testify to his opinions and we
That's
could
what I'm thinking. I
cross-examine.
think it's got to be
That would
either
be
Nick or
acceptable.
Viva's kids
What
practicing,
Mr. Binger is saying
practicing
is,
violin or something.
my client is there, so he knows all this.
It's
There's
not
no
my violin,
proof
people.
that what that individual is seeing,
It's my kid's
filming,
violin.
and commenting
Sorry.
on, my client is looking at it.
Goddamn children.
being-
I thought it was in the court that someone was so
That's
sad in the
why that
background. They were
person
playing the
needs to be
violin.
here to testify. I have no
I'm
problem
surprised you guys can hear
with this
that.
detective testifying as to people, places, and things from this video. We stipulated that. I did not stipulate to the editorial comments. I have no objection. Obviously, there's no basis for it when they want to play statements of my client that are on video.
Why
That's-
couldn't they just
that's
play the entire
not
video on mute
hearsay.
if they want to
But
set up the scene?
this and his statements regarding militia, things like that, that is hearsay.
So we've got two complaints here, or two objections. One is the confrontation clause. This is not testimonial. It doesn't even fall anywhere near testimonial.
So
That's
why is it
why
in
it's
there?
admissible.
Clause, I don't believe is a valid objection. When it comes to hearsay, Your Honor, we had a pretrial dispute regarding things that Joseph Rosenbaum did all night long that were not witnessed by the defendant. The defense argued that those things should come into evidence because they show the context, they show his character, they show propensity for violence, they set the scene here.
Yeah, of
And I
Rosenbaum.
argue to Your Honor that if the defendant didn't personally witness it, it shouldn't come in. That argument failed. You allow them to come in. We've heard in the opening statement a lot of things about Joseph Rosenbaum that I know personally, and the evidence I think will demonstrate that the defendant never witnessed that night. But they're going to come in to attack the character of a deceased individual. And I understand the Jackson ruling. I've read that decision. I understand all of that.
There's a
The
difference between a
is, Your Honor,
defendant
this
and a
is
witness.
Exactly what the defendant
Yep.
witnessed. He is right there. Now,
You haven't
counsel
shown him
is,
on video in several minutes.
asserting.
Yes.
that
He wants to treat the defendant, which benefits from a presumption of
I don't know
innocence, like a witness, which
The
doesn't.
defendant knows that. He has the right to testify. I'm going to, there's a,
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes.
You're right. He has the right to testify. He has no obligation to testify.
absolutely not. But if he's going to get,
And if you're going to,
You can't do this as the state.
He's within a few
Yep.
feet of all this stuff going on. So it is.
The judge is a better defense lawyer than the defense attorney. I shouldn't have said that. I feel
Understanding
bad for
that he is
insulting him.
witnessing
But he's shaking his head, Viva.
forming his state of
No,
mind.
the
He's
judge is
seeking
making the
confrontation.
objections that Richard
We
should
are
have been
showing
making.
the jury those.
Yes, no, agree.
These are
Well,
right
I
in
would let
front
the
of his
judge make
face.
the objections and then follow
So
up with my
there's
own,
this is
honestly.
him right there. I'm not
Here,
showing
here,
stuff that
yes,
was 10
now.
blocks away. I'm showing what was right in front of him as he's witnessing. We've already seen him in this video. Now, if the defense wants to argue he didn't witness it, if they've got evidence to suggest that, they can argue that and the jury can make a decision. This
No,
is
it's your job to prove he
dispute.
did
The
witness it.
hearsay objection, again, these are not being, no statement that I'm showing this view is being offered to prove the fact of the statement. But hearsay does not necessarily have to be admitted for the truth of the matter, asserted to be relevant. It can be admitted for other purposes, such as present sense impression, state of mind.
Not a present sense
These are excited
impression.
utterances that are going on in the heat.
Oh, that was days ago.
Of a
Not an
conflict.
excited
and things like that.
utterance.
So there are hearsay
There's so many
objections.
things you're touching on that I want to be able to tackle them all.
Sure.
And this present sense impression thing.
Bullcrap.
What the defendant was aware of with respect to what was pictured in the video, and I'll give you that even though the camera's aimed on him and is looking into his face, and what he's seeing is actually the videographer. But I'll grant you he's there, but you're accomplishing the result as to what was available for his scrutiny when you show the movie, the video. I don't see where the commentary by the videographer is part of his sources of knowledge. That's number one. Secondly, getting back to the Jackson case and the ruling the other
He's so
day.
pissed.
This
Yeah,
judge,
you know,
he's
I'm gonna
trying to be
comment
polite,
Hey,
but
well,
he's
folks.
very angry.
because
That's a Midwesterner right there.
TV night before last, who said this is the most divisive case in the country today.
Yep.
So anything that undermines public confidence in what happens here is very important. It's important for this town.
Where were you in Minneapolis, Judge?
That's gonna.
Important for this country to have people have confidence in the result of this trial.
This is
Whatever
a
it is.
judicial evisceration of
And I
the
don't care
prosecutor
what-
right now.
But people have to be confident. There are people on the media, on reputable sites, that are saying things that are totally bizarre.
Bizarre.
And I'm excited
Bizarre.
because it is exemplary, and it stems from the conversation we had the other day about the uncommunicated threat rule. You talk about things that occurred with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum that were unknown to the defendant at the time that the crime allegedly was committed. And you're right, under one subsection of that statute, the defendant has to have been aware of the incident.
Kingly Gaming has the right term here. Bizarre,
there's an-
completely effing wrong, and you know it.
Ancient rule of our law, which I talked about at the time of the ruling. And the Jackson case discussed it somewhat. It's also discussed here at Judge Weinstein's commentaries.
Weinstein. $10 is Weinstein. but
Hashtag
anyway.
not all
And
Weinsteins.
it's section 7.01, subsection 3, subsection C. And
Hey, Rose, how are you?
it says, if the defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, it must be in the form of opinion or reputation testimony. And that was, I think, one of the things that you were advancing. It may not be in the form of evidence concerning other acts. When a defendant offers evidence of the alleged victim's character, then the process, well, I won't read that because it's not relevant. But then the next paragraph, and this is the critical
Yeah, I
one.
saw that.
When the defendant offers evidence of a homicide victim's violent character, but does not show that the defendant was aware of that character trait at the time of the incident resulting in the victim's death, the defendant is offering the evidence as circumstantial proof
Hey,
of the
Tom, nice to show you.
alleged victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident in question, and the offer falls squarely within Rule 404, subsection A, subsection 2, subsection B. On the other hand, if there is evidence that the defendant was aware of the alleged victim's violent nature at the time of the incident in question, evidence of the alleged victim's violent character is admissible in support of the accused's claim of self-defense, but solely under 404A2B. Under those circumstances, the evidence of the alleged victim's violent character is admissible independently of Rule 404A2B because it is relevant to the accused's apprehension of the imminent danger and the reasonableness of his or her defensive measures. So there's two different parts of the rule. One of them is the defendant has to have been aware of the decedent's violent acts or turbulent behavior. In the other one, it's circumstantial evidence of the victim's violent behavior at the time of the incident. That's what I admitted it on. Now, one of these, this was on CNN,
That facial expression.
Tubin and another attorney there, and
He just called out Tubin.
the comment was made that the ruling was incomprehensible. And I think they obviously are not familiar with this rule. That's our law. That's the law in the Jackson case. It's the law in the case of the United States against Craig A. Smith, which is 230 Federal 2nd 300, 7th Circuit case from 2000. This is admissible evidence. But it applies under the statute to the decedent. It does not apply to the defendant. So you're mixing rules up here.
Yes.
And I don't understand any theory under which you can bring in what certainly seems to me to be hearsay when you acquire the opinions of the witness.
Some people in the chat are saying, are they letting the prosecution make this mistake on purpose?
Wisconsin in terms of the rule.
The judge doesn't have to do this right now.
Clearly is not a Wisconsin statute.
Well, I'll look it up. It's the same rule. It's 90404.
904.
It just changes one numeral, which has been the rule for as long as I've been practicing evidence.
Yeah, Wisconsin's
Since
just
the Roman
adopted
Empire.
federal rules here. What are we talking about?
2B2, was that it?
Yeah, it would be Wisconsin. The federal rules and the Wisconsin rules, as you know, have basically are the same in most instances and in this one, but they just use a different numeral.
This dressing down is the result of scumbaggery, in my opinion, not screwing up.
No.
And there's a lot of people who
wholeheartedly
lose
agree
faith
with
in the
that.
rule of law, but this restores
Under
confidence in the rule of law, seeing this applied.
2B2, that under Wisconsin statutes, that's the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses. So
I know, right, I think.
the greater latitude rule for child sex offenses, there may be a difference in the subsection lettering and numbering between the federal system, which is
There
Rule 404.
Oh, there's greater
and
latitude
Wisconsin
for child
statute,
sex
section
offenses?
904.04.
Do we really want to talk about that with Rosenbaum?
So I'm not sure where that section that you were mentioning, Judge, matches up with the Wisconsin statute. I think that is Mr. Krause's point.
And by the
Binger is pissed, by the way. You hear that
Character
slow
evidence
talk
not
Binger
admissible
did?
to prove conduct, exceptions, other crimes. And subsection, you know what it is? They changed not only the first digit, but they also changed the A's and B's to ones and twos. So you're right. I was reading from Judge Weinstein's commentary, but when you translate into Wisconsinese, it comes out as with numerals, but it's it's 90404 subsection 1 subsection B, and evidence of a pertinent trait of character of the victim of the crime offered by an accused and then under 90405 methods of proving character is subsection 2 is specific instances of conduct of the in this case the decedent.
I understand, Your Honor.
So that's
Do you though?
that's the basis upon which this ruling was made. And it's not incomprehensible, and it's accordance with our law. And
If you haven't figured it out, Binger, you're losing this one.
It's not
The heading isn't going to change shit.
just the character of the decedent.
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor. I want to briefly respond to that if I may.
be my guest.
And then I'd like to get back to this video.
Yeah, of course you'd like to get back to the video.
What? Jeffrey Toobin or anyone else discussing this case on the media. It is of no concern to me, so I'm not in a position to respond to what any of those talking
I
heads
don't
have said.
expect you to. My point is
Sure.
that I want the case to be fairly tried, and I wanted people to understand that we want to go forward from this case, whatever the outcome is, and not have all kinds of people making inaccurate statements about what the law is.
I don't have any comments on the media's coverage, Your Honor, so I'll move on. This video contains statements from the videographer and other people at that scene. The confrontation clause issue, I don't believe is
Skip
applicable.
from confrontation to
So-
hearsay.
So let's go to hearsay. I
Keep
am
up.
not introducing these statements for the truth of the matter asserted.
Then why are they relevant?
Lie.
Because they go to the defendant's state of mind. They are
I'm
present.
going to invite you to respond.
Your Honor,
I'll hear you more, but I do want to hear his response.
unless this unsubpoenaed individual can read minds, that is a ridiculous argument.
Better.
This narrator is going to prove my client's state of mind. That's absurd. I don't know how to respond to that. And the general
He's trying to
I don't
prove
want to use this word,
Rittenhouse's state of mind through
capably of what's
hearsay
going on
evidence.
here.
That's the
It's
problem.
not the opinions of the narrator.
No, the jury is
that
not in the room,
goes
guys.
to what may or may
No,
not
they're in the
have been
library
said by my client.
with a wrench.
You know, somebody yelling, they're throwing things, or there's a laser. I'm not objecting to that because that's part of what goes on and what went on that night. It was
You're not
shown
objecting to the
even
laser?
some at the gas station that Mr. Elijah was testifying to. What we're objecting to is the person who is running the feed and giving the editorial comments. That is hearsay.
He's trying to prove Rittenhouse's state of mind through hearsay from a witness who is not there to attest to the truthfulness of the statements.
Is it the
That
word
should end it.
militia? That's I think the triggering word here.
It seems to me you have the burden to tell me what that I should expect from this video that I never heard before.
The fact they haven't brought up the pausing and that's in the title is.
You're offering a running commentary from a person who is not here under oath to give testimony, and you're expecting me to be ready at a moment's notice to figure out what's going to be the next word out of his mouth and then try to put the.
My question was actually directed at the defense, Your Honor. I didn't mean to direct it to
Well,
you, but-
remark. All right.
So
Submit a
I
transcript.
I think the difficulty practically, Your Honor, I understand the objection of the word militia. And
That word again?
Hearsay,
Militia.
I think it falls within a number
Jury's
of
not here,
exceptions,
people, so.
But nonetheless,
She's
if
saying it
we're
for the
going
media.
to deal with that word, I guess there's a couple of options. One is I can try and go back, and I'm gonna need some time to do this. I would need to go through this video and figure out every moment that word is used.
You already
And we'll have
did.
to figure
And then
out
put a beep. So instead of militia, we're just going to hear. Eh.
cover that up, stop the sound for that second that word is used. The other option is, and I think this is a perfectly reasonable one.
Okay, I don't like
the
Binger.
judge can
Binger is irritating me
instruct the
now.
jury on this issue, that this is the narrator's statements. They are not to be, that the jury should give no weight to what the narrator is.
The entire
characterizing.
video should be inadmissible. Period. Summon the guy.
I have never told a jury, I'm going to play this, and some of it might not be okay, but just don't pay any attention to that.
I
Don't value video evidence.
respect
But
the
not
fact
that.
we're
Don't
gonna require that
don't
it
pay
has to be
attention to
done
it, except it proves the state of mind of Rittenhouse. But don't pay attention to that which proves the state of mind.
The jury
Yeah.
is.
This is called speaking out of both sides of your mouth right now.
We give them instructions on evidence all the time.
We're going to take a break right now. Would you ask the jurors to go upstairs and not talk about the case, please? We're going to take a break. I think it would be prudent to do so at this point.
Because otherwise the judge might
is
kill
gonna
the
shoot
lawyer.
him if
needs a
he
break.
doesn't.
He needs a break.
It might be prudent before I say something I can't take back.
Honestly, I'm gonna give you points on this, Bricada, but like I wasn't thinking that there was a possibility that this could get a mistrial or MTD like fairly early in the game. But now I'm like seeing the judge right now, and it's looking more and more likely, brother.
What's an
I've been
MTD
saying-
legal?
Motion to dismiss.
Motion, okay.
Motion to dismiss. Sorry, motion to
people-
dismiss.
Yeah, people keep asking me in the chat, like, what's the chances of mistrial? I've been answering, like, none at this point. What are we talking about? And then this comes out. Binger brings in clearly inadmissible hearsay testimony. They could get this is a public figure, right? The rundown. They can figure out who runs the rundown or who was filming that night. The state has plenty of resources to do this. They could subpoena the guy. They could bring him in. He could testify to his present sense impression about what was going on. All you want. The defense could tear him up on cross. Why do you keep calling them militia? What evidence do you have that they're militia? Well, they had guns. Oh, so everybody who has a gun is in the militia? Is that how that works? You know, you could do all that. But the fact that he's got the title of the video, it says militia. He's got this guy every single timestamp. It's not a coincidence that this guy ends up saying militia. The fact that he's introducing hearsay evidence about the green lasers to prove the truth of the matter, that Kyle Rittenhouse was using the lasers. And I can't believe that Richards has not picked up on that obvious ploy that he's doing there. That is hearsay. This is all of the background noise is inadmissible. In fact, what they could do, the more prudent thing for Binger to do would be to go through the video, timestamp every moment where Kyle speaks to the second that he stops, and play just the audio on those moments where Kyle is speaking. In fact, they could hire a Pakistani guy or whatever on Fiverr, right? Like Legal Mindset said, to go through and delete all of the other audio from there, except for those things, so they don't have to worry about muting it and missing something.
You don't even need to go to Fiverr. That's a stagiaire's work, which is to edit out only the relevant portions so that you don't have to deal with extraneous stuff. But everybody should understand.
Okay, legitimately, larger law firms, that's exactly why you have interns to sit down and do that kind of grunt work. I'm finding it fucking hilarious that Schroeder had enough that even he's I can't be objective in this. I need to go and take a 5-10 minute break to cool my own head. Holy shit. Now, the whole thing about talking out both sides of your mouth, I can't think of a better way to describe that, frankly, because Binger knew that the word militia had been objected to. He was not supposed to be that was not supposed to be shown. And oh, by the way, trying to give a direction to the jury to ignore what their own eyes and ears have said and said, oh, by the way, you can watch this part. You can watch the whole video. Just make sure you ignore these little bits and pieces because they're inadmissible in the law. Like, what the fuck? Wolfram, thank you for the super chat. D.A. Gravely, so much better back then. Must be the hair turned white after losing this case. Gravely's not in this, actually. As far as I can see. Unless, I might have missed it, but I didn't see him. Corn Pop, thank you very much for the super sticker. Hey, Jacob's Proud Marjorie's in the house. Hello. Alright, let's keep this shit. We'll call it a cluster of fuckery. Let's keep it moving.
This, for those who don't have the stomach for law, this is the disgusting deceitfulness that you see out of attorneys on both sides. This time it happens to be Binger, is that he's lying, but with words that sound truthful. He knows exactly what he's doing is wrong, but he's trying to cloak it in legitimacy, and he does it so politely and seemingly following the rules that you could look like the crazy one for getting frustrated at what he's doing. And we're lucky that the judge is the one frustrated, because not all judges would do this.
That's exactly, Viva. That is a great point. And let's just pause. Like, the judge is such a critical element here. You've got the jury, you've got the attorneys, and you've got the judge, because another judge would not go to the lengths to point this out and to chew out the prosecution like this. They would just let it ride. They would just let it sit, particularly with a political hot potato like this. The judge, of all people, has an excuse to have no balls, sit back, do what the Chauvin judge did. You know,
the judge can say,
sit back.
I'm not the defense attorney. If the defense attorney doesn't want to raise a vigorous objection, that's their prerogative. They're the masters of their file. This judge did not have to do this. So people saying, is it a mistake? Let the prosecution make this mistake. No, because if this is another judge,
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Yep. And I'll say what was the other thing? The
judge is important.
the judge is important.
But no, and so what Binger's doing, it's a lie because he's saying, I just want to prove the state of mind of the defendant
But you
through
can't.
inadmissible hearsay evidence of someone giving a running commentary who's not here to testify on their commentary. I don't want you to take those statements as at truth value. I'm not trying to make evidence of the truthfulness of those statements. I just want to use those inadmissible statements to make evidence of the frame of mind of the defendant. I mean, he's doing indirectly what he knows he's not allowed doing directly. But man,
yeah, Binger's a smart guy, which is why I know exactly what you're saying, Viva, and you're so true when they said they're doing this knowingly, they're doing this fraudulently, they're doing this literally because they know the trick, the wool they're pulling over everybody, right? Over the mainstream media, over the judge, over the jury, right? They're trying to pull this trick, they're trying to perpetrate this fraud, and the judge wasn't going to allow it. The judge called them out on it. But like I said, another judge may not have done this, but it's something that you have to be quick on the uptake to pick up on. The judge got it. Frankly, and let me get your take, Viva, while Nick is getting there. I mean, I just feel like I don't know anything about the main Richards, the main defense attorney. He just seems a little bit slow on the uptake here, not just to object, but just to formulate his objections. I mean, it's not coming off as clear and as succinct as the prosecution.
I may be biased because the only thing I know of Richards I know through my streams with Barnes, so I can recognize that I've been given one side of it.
I appreciate that.
I as far as it goes, calling an argument absurd or ridiculous, those are conclusions and those are not premises or facts. So it's absurd is not convincing. Why is it absurd and formulated? It's absurd because they're saying that they don't want him. He's not trying to make evidence of the truthfulness of the statements because otherwise it would be totally inadmissible because it's hearsay. But he's saying I want to use that to prove the frame of mind of the defendant, which is circumventing exactly what he's not allowed to do. So I would formulate it that way. But when you talk about being irritating and irritated, I would be this individual sitting on the other side, freaking out, shaking my legs, banging on the table because I wouldn't be able to deal with it. And I would look like the crazy one. And then Binger might get away with it. I mean, that's where like the demeanor of the individual getting frustrated with bull crap is not necessarily an asset. It could be a liability. So maybe Richard's more laid back approach is better for this particular judge. So I just don't want to dump on him. I would be going crazy. But there's
I agree with you. I'm the same, Viva. I'm the zealous advocate. I cannot shut up. I mean, I would have been there just like you said, banging on the table, screaming, shouting, yelling. And hey, maybe that would have gone a different way, right? We don't know. Maybe that's his strength. Maybe his strength is laying back and knowing when to let Jesus or the judge take the wheel. Who knows? But
thus far, Barnes' assessment, he's not fast, he's not eloquent. But who knows? It might work, and then in which case, if it works, you'll look for the reasons why it worked, and if it doesn't work, you'll look, use it as an excuse as why it didn't work. But the judge man is not putting up with it. But maybe he knows Binger because I would not have known Binger's past. Now I know that Binger's corrupt through and through, and this is just corrupt legal practice, but in a way that looks legal, sounds legal, and might work on other judges.
It's acceptably prosecutorial. That's how I would categorize it. And look, I got called out by a prosecutor on my stream the other day, and he was right. I was painting with a broad brush, but the fact is, like, when you do, he's like, well, how many defense cases have you even done? Not very many. It's like, look at it. I said it took one. It took one defense case to find out that prosecutors have lawyering on easy mode. They have the weight of the state behind them, and they get used to it, and they get into grooves. It's exactly what you were saying, Legal Mindset, where if there were any other judge than this one who happened to have a case get overturned on appeal 20 years ago and then come back like 10 years after that from the Supreme Court and get overturned again based on what they required him to admit, like they might not be as familiar with this particular aspect of character evidence. And this judge just happened to have that. And he comes out and he's still salty. He's like, no, I was right the first time. And I'll tell you how I was right, because the Supreme Court disagreed with itself and went with my original one. Like that's how right the judge was. And he knows it. And so because he has that history, he's got this rule down pat. And if you had a different judge, they would have just let it go.
By the way,
sorry, go ahead, Viva.
No, I'm just gonna say Barnes is in the house and he says, "Who's this Canadian fellow? I heard he gave COVID to Tim Pool." Just so nobody spreads rumors. I have tested negative for COVID 6 times in the last 2 weeks, and once before leaving,
Once when I got down, once coming home, I got spot checked at the border coming back, and then I did it 3 more times actually when I got back, just because I went to visit my parents and I'm neurotic. So I didn't give it to Tim Pool, and I'm lucky. I'm just glad I didn't get anything and bring it back, because that would even be more ironic.
Sure.
But
Turns out Trudeau has developed a bioweapon, and it's a Canadian lawyer launched over the border.
Oh man.
oh man,
Oh, get it.
What's up, Robert Barnes? How's it going, buddy? Thanks for coming on last night again. I've not been 100% sold on Barnes's assessment of Richards, just because I don't know Richards, and I know that there's drama there. So I was like, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. This testimony right now and his failure to object is very, very egregious. That this argument should have happened 10 minutes prior to when it happened.
Before the jury heard militia 5 times, saw the screen freeze 5 times with militia. Yeah, but I don't want you to
the first pause.
No,
yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and edit out everything, and then bleep out the word militia, so that the word militia is just replaced with another word. Like, he knows damn well what he's doing. Even bleeping it out has the exact same effect, because you know what the bleep means, and that's what language is about.
Yeah, and also it should have never gotten to the point where we're hearing everybody else, because he said, well, we'll just play Kyle's statements because we know we can bring those in. Now we've got random people who are unidentified on the video talking only to the videographer about green lasers being pointed, which is in the opening statement. It is a fact assertion that Kyle Rittenhouse, this is according to Binger, shined lasers at people, which would then provoke them to engage in activity. It's part of his provocation argument. It's part of the mitigating element of self-defense. And we're allowing just a bunch of hearsay testimony about green lasers from unidentified parties. And Richards is not objecting. And then in his argument, he says, well, I'm not going to object to lasers or anything like that. We're just bringing up the militia and his editorializing. It's like, what about everybody else editorializing?
No, but also it's like you get the feeling that he thinks in order to win on one, he's got to make a concession on another, where he doesn't necessarily have to make that concession in the first place.
No,
it's you object to all of it, and maybe
no when it's in your favor. Right, read the judge, because the judge, you see the judge going in that direction. So hey, ask for it all and see what you get. Right, I mean, you see that the judge is clearly on your side here. You see that clearly, and by the way, he's not just on your side; he's on the side of the rule of law. And let's go back to that, because so many people in the chat brought it up. Everybody has been so discouraged about the rule of law, about courts being bunk, but this gives us faith that judges are going to. There are judges who are out there, especially these old base judges that have the alligator skin, as we say in Florida, to stick up for the rule of law, no matter what the political fallout or
look at that. I have.
Yeah, Nate, I'm not saying object to everything. I'm saying object to this. This is egregious. It's prejudicial. It's clearly inadmissible hearsay that goes directly to elements of the self-defense claim. I have said that, a lot of stuff in the first couple witnesses, people were saying, "What?"
Jacob's Proud Marjorie dropping 20 memberships. Thank you so much. Far out. Okay, so Jonathan, Glitterfart, Heather Mosher, Alyssa, Salty Witch 1776, Rad the Plague, Laddie Lynn, Grifter Wannabe, Acolyte Knobgib, okay, Jules G, Mao, Jeremy Love, Simple Pleasures, Amanda D, Ricky Watchdog, Russell Claxon, Carlene Andrea, Cheryl Fodel, and Melanie Dowdle. Oh, and Margie. Sorry, my apologies. 20. That was extraordinarily generous of you. Thank you.
Why aren't they objecting? Why aren't they objecting? It's like, well, it's not really valuable to object at this point. But this video being introduced by someone who's not the videographer,
yeah, it's been a while since we've had a porn body,
who happened to find it online. Like, first of all, that's almost embarrassing. That this is authenticated. That this is authenticated entirely by a police officer who came across it online, and that we've stipulated to authenticity here. Like when you get down to just that aspect of it, why are we stipulating to the authenticity of this video? We don't know whose voice is on it. Someone in the chat is actually saying the title of the video online doesn't include the word militia. I don't
really?
know if that title has been subsequently changed or if it was changed by Binger for this. I have no idea. So again, we're
Wouldn't shock me.
stipulating to authenticity of video evidence that is not from the source of it. We've got clearly prejudicial elements of it.
Now, look, I'm just going to come out and say it. I think stipulating to the authenticity of that without having the actual, like, owner and... yeah, Mighty, Rumble does apparently have memberships, apparently for, like, I think it was till it's either today or the end of next month, 100% of the membership fees over on Rumble go straight directly to the creator, I think. Don't quote me on that. I think that's accurate. But yeah, so you can now do a Rumble membership if you want. I haven't got them set up yet, so I haven't looked too deep into it. I only heard it like yesterday or today, depending on time. Aussie deserves congratulations because of the porn bots. Well, channel's growing if he's getting YouTube porn bots. Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie. It's surprising. We had porn bots ages ago, and they just sort of like filtered out. I think mainly because I deleted a bunch of them. But, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, so this video, I wouldn't have stipulated to anything in relation to it without first having the... I look quite handsome today, thank you. Not in a creepy way. Again, thank you. I would say I wouldn't have stipulated to the video without having the creator of the video and probably the guy that he was talking to, frankly, testify and give evidence beforehand, so that you could verify the actual authenticity of it. Is that a glitch, or did Corn Pop send another super sticker? If you did, thank you. If not, you got it too far. This is... yeah... The whole video, frankly, I would have been jumping up and down. And I'm actually making a list of questions that I think I might try and ask Natalie at some stage. See whether or not that was an actual ploy by Richards or not, or if that was just poor, frankly. But anyway.
Kyle and militia is not accurate, and it goes directly to this state of mind that Binger is trying to create. He was in a situation he shouldn't have been in.
Oh, Gigi,
there are other people better equipped to handle it. And this is where you object and where you burn a lot of objection. Richards let this video go for way too long.
Mm-hmm.
Way too
Robert Bard says, "Objection, Your Honor. Binger is being a sneaky bastard again." Now, I don't know if that's a legal objection.
Prosecutorial misconduct.
It went on for too long because they've already heard it now. So how do you strike that from the memories of the jury?
Exactly.
Although it would be very funny, and I would not put it past anybody on the prosecution or anybody at large. That's my brother. Come on, I'll call you back. If they change the headline or the header in that before submitting it, and it wasn't actually the original title. Now I want to go look that up online.
Yeah, and Nate says the video should have been bounced. It was bad for the defense not to stop it in the prosecution.
Yeah.
Or not.
Just went through. Just thought Hayden was Nick when I glanced at the screen quickly. Yeah, no, that was just, I literally just grabbed the first shirt that I had access to, which is the one that I wore for the opening yesterday. But, yeah, happy accident. Is there much doubt that Binger wants to link Kyle to militia, and militias are scary, thus Kyle is scary? Which is ironic, because think of the wording of the Second Amendment. Like, this to me was all about demonizing the guns, frankly. And I think this would have went further than just... If he'd gotten away with the inclusion of the word militia there, I think he would have went harder in certain things, would be my opinion. But we'll wait and see, because I haven't seen the entire trial, so... All right.
To stop it, not the prosecution. Yeah, no, yes, it was bad for the defense in this case.
It was Caitlin's birthday too.
That's what I've been talking about. Richards is doing a very poor job on these objections in this,
goes hard
this
this
area.
Lovely.
And he's booming with technology. I mean, you've seen that. You saw it in the opening. I mean, this guy is just not ahead with technology and understanding the power of these things. I mean, the guy probably doesn't understand the power of a title or a thumbnail, right?
I once had one of the lawyers who taught me the most valuable lessons of sneakery is when you're an older, you get away with what you can. And so right now, Binger's a young, sneaky, deaky lawyer getting away with it that way. I dealt with a lawyer who was an older lawyer, came off as a bumbling, dawdling fool, but was mischievously intelligent and blamed every accident on him being old, not knowing how to stop a video in time, not knowing how to photocopy things properly. And you knew every mistake was done on purpose and forgiven because he looked like a dawdling old man. But Binger is sneakily getting away with that, which he was not allowed to, and it's damage is done.
Here we go. Here's the video from Rundown Live, premiered April 25th, 2021. Rare video footage of Kyle Rittenhouse and protesters' night of Kenosha shootings. This is allegedly the same video. An hour and 51 minutes. People can verify that. I think that full timestamp was up on the other screen. So, I mean, this is from the source on YouTube. Now, they could have changed the title of the video from when it was downloaded by the cop or the prosecution. However, you know, I don't know how to check the history of that. I don't think you can.
I wish you could too, Mandy.
The titles of YouTube videos, but I just wanted to put out there
Another sex bot.
since it was mentioned that this was.
See ya.
But this goes back to what Robert, we've been
Didn't
talking
let me
about for a
block it.
while. You get the internet and the
one
aggregate
of the
knowledge
mobs
of the
take care of that?
internet
It's
to
not letting
find
me
out
block
this
them from
information for
streaming
you in real time, so you can have a meaningful cross-examination.
Yes.
Ask the lawyer, did you change the title of this? Who inserted the word militia before you submitted it as evidence, so that we would have to look at the word militia, which apparently
Thank you,
never
Joe.
figured in the title?
Yeah, correction. Ask the officer, right? Like you can't ask the lawyer because he's not on, unless you're objecting to the title.
I know I would object and say I would object and ask the lawyer just to confirm where the title came from, and you certainly would have the judge on your side to get someone
Caitlin
to
coming in with the
confirm.
$20.
Yeah,
Well, $19.99.
I guess you could
Thank
go
you.
do that through the
Super
through
sticker.
crossing the
That'd
witch
probably be
as well.
Thank you for being you.
That'll probably be a motions and lemonade though
Cheers.
issue, right?
I appreciate that.
You have just gone beyond my expertise. I'm
Looking, what baffles my mind, yes, this should have probably been a motion in limine to, go ahead and object to. Richard said he heard the audio. Richard has said, which maybe he's
Wait, what?
lying or.
Richard said that he'd already heard the audio? Okay, hang on. I'm adding that to the list of questions. Had Richards actually heard the audio on the militia video prior to it being played in court? Now, guys, I'm just specifying I may never get the answer to these questions, and some of them may drive me nuts, but motions in lemonade. Anyone know if I can use a headphone amplifier as a preamplifier for microphones? No clue, but if you do it and nothing blows up.
Or just over fluffing his preparation, I don't know. But if he says he's familiar with the audio, the statement to the court, like he's said that. So in my opinion, if he had listened to this audio and heard that militia 50 times, had heard the assertion that green lasers were being pointed by the defendant, that this is because they said he's pointing the green lasers or whatever. If we're doing that, then yes, it should have been a motion in limine. And yeah, when you've got the video title, because that should be on the evidence list. This is the video title. You should object to it. You should object to it at pretrial and say, look, this title contains prejudicial language. Can we modify the title to its exhibit number? Can we modify the title to just to exclude that section of it? Video footage of.
Hang on, wait. Depends on the mic, but I wouldn't want to recognize mic. If it's a ribbon mic and you provide phantom power, it explodes? Damn. You know what? I'm just gonna edit this slightly because I just realized I'm. Yeah. Save. Update layout. Holy crap! It explodes. You'd know if you had a ribbon mic though. Huh. Far out.
Kyle Rittenhouse on the day of the shootings at Kenosha, whatever it is, just to exclude that particular thing. The title's not relevant. But of course, if you don't know that the title's going to pop up every time you hit pause, skip forward, or skip back, or adjust the volume, then you wouldn't know to do that. And that's why you need other people. That's why you need experts helping out.
There's a comment from Miss Menza in the chat that says, think about
48
this.
volts,
The
so
defense
sensitive
just
marks can
allowed
blow.
an
Holy
excellent
shit.
opportunity for appeal. Here's the problem. You can't bank on those types of mistakes and spinning them for that purpose, because if the defense fails to object and hypothetically the judge doesn't do it for them, you don't get to appeal later on and say, well, that was inadmissible evidence because you didn't raise the objection then, and therefore it's no longer a grounds for objection once you've accepted it and allowed it as evidence. So you can't rely on these types of things to spin them as good mistakes. You just try to avoid allowing these mistakes in the first place. So you can't say now, oh, they heard the video and they heard too much of it, but you didn't object in time. And Richards objected. Right. Really, it looked like only after the judge gave a good indication that he took issue with this.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't like we'll catch it on appeal, because most people don't understand the burden on appeal is so much higher, right? It's not something that's like, oh, no, we'll just get it on the redo. No, it's not.
No, appeals are quite literally for losers. This is not... hello, stopping him to watch for a bit. Who's the guy that looks a bit like Viva up there? This is Canadian Viva. YouTube handle was Pension Zone before I changed it recently. Okay.
It's not like that, guys. And like Viva said, there's a preservation issue. Have you preserved this for appeal, right? Have you properly preserved this for appeal? And then you've got to fight that burden. It's just not something I like to hear or be banking on during trial. Let's get this W now. Let's not worry about preserving for appeal. When you have a situation where we're increasingly moving towards a potential mistrial or motion to dismiss.
Nick, go ahead.
I think every defense attorney on the planet would take a mistrial, a dismissal, or an acquittal over an appeal a billion times out of a billion.
Absolutely.
There is no thing where it's like, oh, their 4D chess move was to preserve it on appeal. No, you preserve it on appeal
More memberships
when you're losing on the issue.
Oh, thank you, Jacob's Proud
But
Marjorie.
that's not a win. That's
You're so generous. You really are.
If you're preserving it on appeal, that should be because the judge is making a mistake. And in this case, the judge is not making mistakes. And the judge seems particularly amenable to the arguments of Kyle's side. And yes, I know my audio is cutting out because for whatever reason, I'm having a lag spike. But
you look like Back to the Future when you start disappearing into the future.
Marty.
Also, by the way, bear in mind, the judge immediately before this lawyer played the video with the word militia used repeatedly, I think the judge thought he had addressed this so that it would not occur. Not so that, okay, good, there's going to be no hearsay, you're not going to use the word or whatever, and now play the video where it shows up and is heard repeatedly. I mean, Binger's insulting the judge, which is why the judge is reacting more proactively, because it's a personal insult to the judge, and I didn't know about the judge's history, but quite clearly to the judge's history.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and it's a gambit by Binger, or Binger's just used to getting it, and he's said that at multiple times in the trial. We can do this in other courts, Your Honor. We do this in other courts. This is how we do it in other places.
Yeah, well, Schrader's allowed to rule his own court how he likes.
I was saying this during the Chauvin trial because I thought it was really illustrative. You got a lot of people who are pro-cop on the side of Chauvin and pro-state in a lot of ways, watching this trial unfold and going, this is unfair. This is unfair. Oh, this seems unfair. And it's like, what you're not understanding is that this is not limited to how this trial is being done. This is how probably the majority of prosecutions are going. You have these things that the average person is looking at going, this doesn't seem fair. But now you're seeing it when in other places you don't. We need some reforms on how the prosecutorial process works, in my opinion, and a lot of people who are seeing the unfairness of it. That's why you're seeing it. It's not that this case is unique. In fact, I would argue that the Rittenhouse case is unique because you've got a uniquely situated judge to deal with problems so far. And he was willing to actually go to bat for the rights of Kyle over his defense attorney, which is wild.
You could look at Binger, and the way I'd look at it is he'll try to get away with whatever he can. If he loses, this could be like a win-win for Binger, because if he loses this case, it was an obvious self-defense case. If he wins this case, it's the ultimate success. And so try everything. And if it doesn't work, you get it. You don't even get a sanction. You just get chewed out by a judge. And then the mainstream media is going to say how biased the judge is and how right Binger is. But I love it here. Leon's Law says, don't say militia, Binger. Militia. I'm surprised he hasn't pulled the pronunciation. He's not saying militia.
He's saying Miley's Tia. I didn't.
Yeah,
I did not say
militia.
the word militia, Your Honor.
It's not green light. It's green fight.
Yeah, it's not die Bart die. It's the Bart the. No, Binger's got nothing to lose. I mean, he's only got something to gain. He can be a hero or just a hero for having tried.
Yeah, I totally agree with you,
We're
Nick.
watching
Though I
4
mean,
days of
I see this
Vertigo.
at a lower level. You know, when I go into literally any criminal case, there's such deference to the prosecution, and people just don't understand that the amount of deference they're giving on a routine basis for routine charges is so astronomical that they're just so used to getting those W's on a regular basis.
Judge is back. He just finished reading the Bible, by the way. Lesson number 2 is coming up.
He still looks annoyed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but by the way, I like the reference to the Bible, and I like the fact that he is quite literally schooling this lawyer in real time on live air. It doesn't feel good as a lawyer, or it can't at least.
Go next.
Thomas Cesarno says, if a mistrial is a new trial in front of the same judge, I don't know. I don't know if it necessarily has to be.
I don't think it is.
It's before a new jury. That's the key.
Legal Mind said, Nick, the judge can call a mistrial without a motion from the defense.
Yeah, I think they can sua sponte call one if they have cause. They have to articulate the cause.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I believe so. I mean, nobody in this case should get their hopes up for a mistrial at this point. I mean, right now we're at routine back and forthery, and it's great to see a judge, really getting into it with the prosecution in this case. But I don't think we're at the level where a judge is ready to call a mistrial. The exposure to the jury of some of these issues is still pretty limited. I mean, they did hear militia like 5 times, but Richard's only objected to it twice.
We're early on though. That's why I'm saying if this builds at this pace, then we're talking a better chance.
Right. I'm just saying for the benefit of the chat, like this level
we know that they watch.
this level of accidental exposure to
I have it on good authority that certain individuals in certain cases that we've watched in the past have been watching. So, Pelter is over, we all get sucked into that mess. Yeah, well.
some potentially disparaging testimony is really,
That's
really
okay,
low.
what you asked me about, but will be there, be someone in to fill your role that day?
I would love to see the behavior panel analyzing the judge in real time. There's a lot of indications of frustration here. Overt ones.
He's not hiding it.
No, it's.
Why would you?
But no, he's not hiding it. But I think he's hiding the degree of his disdain for Binger right now.
Yeah, he is shown some
Seated, by the way.
pretty for being such a restrained guy on most things. He's kind of let go on Binger a little bit, which is surprising.
It was because I'll finish later. I'm going to keep you updated.
Shredder looked much younger.
I'm
gonna what? What, Judge? What are you gonna
What are
do?
you gonna do? Why did they turn the audio off?
The camera pans.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to continue showing a portion of what has previously been introduced as exhibit number 18. This is the rundown live video, and I'm going to play a portion of this beginning at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds. And this can have audio, please.
Oh, it looks like they nixed the video.
Hey, your job isn't to be in the street.
Oh no, never mind.
You gotta stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble over there. A medic? I know you are, but like they got their own medics. You know, if somebody's close by, take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys were afraid of them before they marched down here. I know, but like what a conversation you're having.
Wait. Bronco legit sent an invitation to his Law of Self-Defense course to Binger and Lunchbox. Don't know if he ever gave him his book. Oh, look, the videos still come up. Rundown live, Kyle Rittenhouse, armed locals, police hand out water, militia, full video prior to shootings. VG's heading off? No worries. Have a good day. This is some bullshit. How is this not getting objected to again?
Pause it.
A portion of the video at 1 hour, 28 minutes and 56 seconds.
That was interesting because he said that's present sense impression. You're in danger by being off the property, right?
There is that, yeah.
Kind of weird. I don't know. You can't cross-examine the guy though, so it's hard to say.
There you go.
If I were going to do a meme out of this, I would put the judge's face on Samuel Jackson from Pulp Fiction and say militia one more time.
You heard it, chat. Someone get on it.
So this is interesting from my own perspective. The police are now seeing Kyle armed and have no issue with it.
Yep.
That's very interesting. I mean, I didn't know the police knew that there were armed individuals protecting property.
No one's making you leave, Gigi. But if you have responsibilities, then you got to be a responsible adult.
So that's
Howard, that last portion of the video appears to show some what have previously been identified as MRAP or Bearcat vehicles. Are you familiar with those types of vehicles?
Yes.
And in that particular video, there's one that's close to the camera as on the screen that we're looking at right now. Do you know anything about that vehicle personally?
Not personally, no.
Do you know if the Kenosha Police Department has a vehicle like that?
No, at this time, the Kenosha Police Department did not have a SWAT team.
Is it fair to say that on this particular night, there were a number of other law enforcement agencies that were coming to Kenosha to assist?
Yes.
Do you have any idea which agency's Bearcat or armored vehicle that was?
I don't. I can tell it's from a sheriff's department because it says sheriff on the front right of the armored vehicle, but I don't know which sheriff's department it's from.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could have exhibit number 1, which is a Drew Hernandez video 023. Play, please.
Who's Drew Hernandez?
And do they have them available?
Some dude who ain't here.
Then that's a problem.
We're going to see the video, guys. Switch to the video.
Oh, he does look like a little finger, doesn't he? How did I never put that together?
The last video, the Rundown Live video, was that one of the videos that you found and acquired when you were doing your investigation?
Yes, that one I believe I located on YouTube and saved it from YouTube.
Whoa, that's interesting.
A video from an individual who online identifies himself as Drew Hernandez. Is that right?
Yes.
Was this also one of the videos that you found?
Yes, his videos I located on Twitter.
Okay. If we can play this, please.
This cop is doing some serious detective work.
Why do we have audio on this?
I just want to see when the word militia comes up. Let's see when he pauses it.
I want to set the scene for this. Detective Howard, first of all, are you able to determine from the scene on the screen right now where this video is taken?
So the first thing I noticed is this appears to be a body cam from Drew Hernandez. So I did locate videos from Drew Hernandez from Twitter, but he also was in contact with Detective Ansaramian for a bit. And we learned from Drew Hernandez that he actually wears a body camera while he goes out.
That's why his arm kind of appears in front of his head?
So this has to be from his body cam footage given that visual.
And
Is Drew Hernandez a witness? Do we know this?
this
No.
video is showing us? What
not a
part of
witness.
Kenosha, at
No.
this particular scene there?
I believe this is near the this car source again.
And
You don't know because you weren't
am I
there.
correct in saying that the
Wasn't him.
viewpoint in the video at this moment is looking southeast across the intersection of
asking her
Sheridan Road there?
The
Is that
direction.
look correct to you?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Do you know if this is the intersection of 50? Sorry, I'm trying to.
This looks like 59th and Sheridan.
Okay, that was going to be my question. Thank you. Can we continue the video, please?
Spoilers. I didn't realize I had to wait till base 7.
COVID. Bro, get treated. Get your Regeneron.
It's your horse dewormers.
How is this video evidence without the person who shot it being there to admit it as evidence?
We haven't seen Kyle Rittenhouse either.
No objections. I'm not hearing anything.
I mean, this cannot be admitted as evidence just because the guy found it on the internet. So
That's what they're allowing right now.
They're trying to what? They're trying to protect
why are we watching this? Binger is going to play another video he found on the internet explaining why Kyle is guilty, and this investigator is going to present it, and it's
There's
not
Kyle.
the truth in this. Maybe I would be overzealous. I would be objecting right now repeatedly.
These guys on their end, they just want to stop. These guys on our end. I need to go.
Just be careful, Jude.
I haven't heard a single statement from the defendant.
Now can we play exhibit number 8?
But is he
Objection,
even
Your Honor,
asking
is
for this to
right.
be admitted as evidence? Nick, Andrew, like, does he not have to ask for this now to be recognized as evidence, as exhibit whatever, and the judge has to formally?
I haven't
Unless-
caught when this was admitted, and so yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I was able to acquire that from Twitter.
Unless they
Oh,
stipulated to admissibility, but I don't think they did.
Why
I know
would
they
you
had stipulated to
From the
authenticity.
citizens, and I just got pepper sprayed by a person in the crowd.
So you had non-lethal, but you didn't respond.
We don't have non-lethal.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property.
Yes, we are. Now, if I can ask, can you guys step back? Medical. EMS right here. I'm an EMP.
Okay, so that's we don't have.
Detective Howard, in that
non-lethal.
video, we heard the defendant say that he does not have any non-lethal. Did you hear that?
Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Oh, Christ.
So as a police officer, there are various options that we could have as non-lethal force. Our
Is Kyle
presence
a
is a
police
non-lethal
officer?
force. Our verbal commands are non-lethal.
Relevancy.
Is this
also
expert testimony? But
Well,
Fiery.
They haven't qualified him. They haven't qualified him as an,
different
as an
instruments
expert
like
yet.
OC spray, it's pepper spray. And we also have a taser and we have an aspeton. Police officers in the city of Kenosha carry all those things.
Aspetons are only non-lethal if you're not using
Thank
them
you.
right.
Can you now
Acetons?
play exhibit number
extendable
16,
batons. They like
which
this
is
big. You go,
the Richie
and then they get
McGinnis
28
interview.
inches.
It says Richie McGinnis Kyle interview. While we're waiting for that to load, are you familiar with Richie McGinnis?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you know about him as a person?
As a person?
On the night of August 25th, I was able to speak with him briefly at Freighter South KMH. Richie McGinnis, I spoke with him in the lobby of that hospital shortly after the shooting incident happened. And I was able to speak with him briefly, but when Detective Ansaramian and I got assigned to be the head investigators for this incident, I had to tell Detective Cypress to obtain his statement so we could do.
Do you know what Richie McGinnis's profession is?
I believe he's a news reporter for the Daily Caller.
And he was in Kenosha on the night of August 25th as a member of the news media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can we
Is that
please
not a,
play,
a leading question to his own witness?
Please here.
Yeah.
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business. And part of my job is also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
And what about these other folks? Obviously, there's some other people who are armed
Their
as well.
job is to protect me.
Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof?
Their job is to provide overwatch to protect me also.
Gotcha.
They're protecting everybody on the ground. We're protecting each other.
Understood. And
We're running medical, and we're going in, and we're getting people.
and what about are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
I'm getting hit with plenty of pepper balls, but
Your eyes
you know, as long as it's just bruises. Yeah, I got my mask. I'm good. And have you encountered any issues yet thus far with law enforcement or anything like that?
We had a group earlier try to come and set a fire at the church. So we went to the church and we de-escalated the situation, telling them they need to leave or they will leave.
So I could see the defense not objecting because they want to allow this to be admitted, even if it is technically hearsay, because it makes Kyle look somewhat more innocent.
You can't object to a party statement.
Yeah, statement of party opponent.
Been different if the police had to try to stop them from setting the fire?
I feel like there would be a lot more casualties and a lot more people injured. So I think the police are fine where they're at and that let us run the medical because EMS is not coming in. This is considered a red zone to the EMS fire. They are not coming in.
Yeah.
For us citizens, we need to help each other. Me and him are out here running and saying that people need medical attention. But speaking of which, we need to go check to see if somebody got hurt again. All right.
Understood.
You want to follow us? You're fine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Just as legal advice, guys, don't ever do an interview like this.
No, ever.
I mean, it's not terrible for Kyle, but it's also really not good. And you don't want these statements. Don't.
The
prosecutors will always spin
it shows the defendant along with another individual. That is Ryan Balch. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at this point, and we're going to continue with another video right
Tonight
after
is-
this, they're leaving the 59th Street car source and
That was
walking
accurate.
south on Sheridan on the east side of the road. Is that correct?
No, on the west side of Sheridan
West
Road.
side. Yes, west side. And do you know at this point in the evening where the police, the armored vehicles we saw earlier, where they are located?
Some people just don't want to know.
Are
either
those
as
some
well, is the other
ahead at
thing.
60th?
So as far as
You don't get
you
to
can tell,
ask.
they've established a line along 60th and Sheridan.
I think I can see some at 60th at this point in the video.
Can we continue now with exhibit number 17, which is the file is Richie McGinnis walking with Kyle. It's 17.
They definitely renamed these files before submission.
Yeah. So the militia thing was deliberate.
Be interesting to know where the militia came from in the other one.
It was them letting themselves know why they like that file. Frankly,
Yeah.
like them renaming it with the militia tag is for their own file key. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the one where he says militia 100 times.
Anybody need medical?
Now it's getting to be.
Like medics who are packing.
Yeah,
Right?
But he's an EMT, and
Gotcha.
I'm just kind of protecting his ass.
Oh, so you're a certified EMT?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And do you work as an EMT normally?
I'm a lifeguard normally. I got my ALS.
Do we know if Kyle
Kyle
is
never
in fact?
claimed. He didn't claim to be an EMT. The other guy said yes.
Oh, was it the other guy? I thought Kyle said yes then. And I was about to say that's an issue, but okay, if it's the other guy.
Kyle said he was a lifeguard with basically what ALS first certification.
Anybody need medical? Anybody need medical? We're running through the house over here. Anybody need medical?
BLS, basic life saving. Okay.
Fire extinguishers are here to put out the fires. They know. Okay, good. They know. You just got shot up. You good? It's all right. I'm not shot. You just said you got shot. No, I didn't.
I thought you got rubber bullet.
Oh no, I just got rubber bullet. Yeah. No, it didn't even leave a welt. It just stung. It just fucking stung. I'm fine. I knew.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody.
It was literally just like,
It's a little spicy, that's all.
it was like, oh shit. I was feeling Please, God.
The irony is half Irish. This isn't that different to just doing a regular show. So, smoking with extinguisher. Well,
Does anybody need medical?
Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical? Medical!
Yeah,
Look at him out walking past curfew.
every mass shooter goes around asking if people need medical. That's
Yellow pants guy.
But he was asking for it.
no, but Binger's going to say when he didn't find anybody who needed medical, he decided to give them a situation to need medical. That'll be the new spin.
Medical!
What, yesterday or today?
Today! Dude, he just had up the gun. Come on, get off the car. Now he's talking about medical.
What car over in the dealership? Sorry, I don't
What's the deal with Yellow Pants guy?
Wait a minute. Are we having testimony here? Are we using hearsay to introduce the truth of a statement?
Yep, with Yellow Pants guy. Still not hearing any objections.
Yeah, that should have been an objection hearsay on this one too. Yellow pants guy is testifying about Kyle pointing a gun at someone on a car.
Please play. And just to be clear to Texas
couldn't
Power,
actually
the
hear anything Yellow
videos we
Pants
just
said
watched
then.
from Richie McGinnis were videos that you obtained from him. Is that correct?
Those are obtained from his phone. Detective Cypress obtained those.
Okay. Now, if we could play exhibit number 14. That
Find
is
my
the
phone from a
Reg
cold dead corpse
Incognito live stream.
Binger's smile is just so evil. Like
It's a
We're going to
smarmy
start
smile.
at the 3 hour
Smarmy.
and 58 minute mark.
And just so it's clear, I didn't want to admit the truthfulness of the statement that he pointed a gun. So we're not going to have that as evidence. But now the jury has heard it nonetheless, so we can
Yeah,
move on.
we're not-
no question on that, by the way.
And he is
We're not trying
500%
to
of Peter
prove that he
Bill's
pointed a
cosplay, by the
gun.
way.
I know the guy said he pointed a gun, but that's not what we're trying to say. We're not trying to say he pointed a gun. That's not part of it. We're not really talking about the pointing a gun part. We just wanted to see the medical part, not where he pointed a gun. I mean, that's crazy.
Hey, you guys, you can only watch it from over here, man. You can't really be that close up. So between a certain part of a certain section of Black Lives Matter and maybe, I'm saying at least about 20 white dudes from Antifa, you can't get up close on the up on them, man. They just made an example out of that guy, and I'm trying to help him out. So the white dude I was just talking to, or whatever he is right here, he just got his phone slapped. He got his phone slapped at him and socked at the same time. This dude right here, walking away. This dude right here got his phone slapped and blindsided.
I mean, I'm going to ask a stupid question, but why weren't the police
So the
out
orders,
here now?
the orders
Here we
you
go.
hear about yelling, no cameras, them is white
Shooting's
boys.
about to happen.
Oh, okay. I should pay
That's
attention to this.
Antifa, man. Ooh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh, they shoot. Ooh, he shot him.
We didn't see anything. We heard shots. We didn't see anything.
Pause for a second. Can we rewind about 20 seconds there, please?
Hit, yeah, there
I
you
might
go.
have never
Oh, baby, they're learning.
Let's continue there, please.
So the orders you.
Back up just a couple
Well,
seconds,
yeah, feel
please.
free to share it out if you want to get 10K on this stream. That'd be great.
It's better. Yeah, just go 10 seconds. I mean, you
Sorry.
can-
They're trying to get in the Kyle's
For the
chasing
jury's,
Rosenbaum.
benefit, I'm going to point out there's an individual here who is running. He is wearing a what appears to be all black with some white.
Counsel, I can't do it on that one
Yeah,
so we
I
can
can.
see it.
Absolutely.
I would also preemptively object to the lawyer qualifying anything from the evidence, but that's just me.
Yeah, can you identify the parties in this?
The lawyer should not be testifying.
This individual, that's thrown. Keep your receipt. Yep. Okay, I just want to make sure. This individual here, who, when we play it back, you will see him kind of running across here. That is Richie McGinnis.
My man's got the tidal wave
Objection.
back
We'll
going
rewind it
again.
so you can follow that, but that individual is Richie McGinnis, and there's no dispute
Oh, sorry,
about
Bounce.
that
Hang on.
So I just want to set the scene for the jurors. I'll rewind a little bit, and I'm going to show them that portion again.
Someone refresh my memory. Who is Richie McGinnis in all this?
Yeah,
He's the reporter.
The reporter for the Daily Caller.
Okay.
He'll be a witness.
He's a purported victim of reckless endangerment.
Okay.
So the order.
I want to just, I'm just going to kind of clean up the area to watch, okay? We can't really see figures very well, but for the jury's benefit, we.
Oh, yeah,
we
for
just
the
saw
jury's
Richie
benefit.
McGinnis
Oh, yeah.
Running. He's off screen now, but he's kind of over in this area.
Why don't you have McGinnis testifying
How
about
about
this?
how about a freaking objection? Because I'm watching this video,
Yep.
I don't see what the lawyer sees.
What based on this witness? This witness. It's an appropriate witness.
Where the chase between Mr. Rosenbaum and the defendant begins. So that's where you'll want to be paying attention to. So
Yeah. So, but flavor it bigger with your own assessment before they get to see it.
So this witness is essentially just to get in a shitload of social media videos.
That'll do.
Yep.
Sorry, baby. You're just going to have to start this one up, I think.
So the orders you hear about yelling, no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa.
I see Rittenhouse.
Rosenbaum
chasing
about to
no
throw.
one.
I will make it clear to everyone that the individual who is I'm pointing to right now, who is running, is the defendant Kyle Rittenhouse, and this individual here is Joseph Rosenbaum. And that again is not in dispute. Please go ahead.
Man. Ooh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh, they shoot. Ooh, he shot him. Get back. Shot him, man. He shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out, you guys. He laid him out.
This is McGinnis pulling his shirt off. Why isn't
For the
McGinnis
benefit of the
testifying
jury,
about
I want
this?
to make it clear, I think everybody knows this, but just make clear. This individual who has just removed his shirt, he is Richie McGinnis, and that is the defendant. These legs here are the legs of Joseph Rosenbaum, where he fell after the shot. Right, thank you.
Should have minded your business.
No, they don't know where the other 3 shots came from. They only know where the first shot came from, which is Zemisky, and the following 4. And for the just so the chat knows, they have talked specifically about that first shot to the jury a couple times now.
Yeah, get down.
Opening statements, Binger saying, we don't know why Zeminski fired his gun in the air. And 2.5 seconds later, Rosenbaum was shot.
I hope they
After
put him on
chasing
the
him
stand. If Zeminski isn't a witness in this trial, that'd be strange. The defense to the chat.
He's calling. He's calling. He's calling.
There's not much to object to here for the defense.
He's behind the car. He's calling.
Although why this is still going is a little confusing.
This doesn't show what I think Binger wants it to show, but and certainly when Binger says, you know, that Rittenhouse
Here's
shot.
Zeminski, I think. Why are we showing footage of Rosenbaum being carried? Oh, don't put him in my Durango. There's blood all over the place.
Oh my God. Yeah, that shit looks
Morgan Trump deleted
Morgan Trump. They found out.
What is that? What is that?
It's on the.
I'm sorry. Hang on. They fucked around and found out. I know it. Look, I know a guy just died. I get that. I get that a guy just died. But the fact that just... I love that... Okay, so they're watching someone else's live stream. Someone donated and tagged it with the caption, they found out. Never forget, super chats coming through. That's brilliant. What did I just miss? Afix. So the court is watching a copy of someone's live stream. And whoever's live streaming was using Streamlabs. And I'll see if I can... There it is. I might have to move myself down again so you guys can see it. The wording. Okay. It literally says, Immortan Trump donated $3. They found out. As in, they fucked around and found out. Pedo died, not a human. Oh my God. Different layout today. Yeah, a little bit different because Viva's on there. It doesn't really work quite so well when there's 3 or more. So I'm going to have to play around with things, I think. He's a pedophile. Death is justified. Antifa to the wall. Oh God, this is literally me watching a stream of a court watching a stream, which I think is hilarious. But it's so fucking funny that they said that. Someone chatted earlier, fuck around and find out, hence the answer. Yep.
What is that? What is that?
He was like, what is that?
It's on the guy's stream. Someone donated. The expression is "fuck around and find out,"
Yeah.
and he's saying that they found out. Oh my God!
Holy shit!
Why have we not objected to the rest?
Yeah, at this point,
it's relevant.
None of this is relevant.
And not just
My
that,
hope is gone.
Throwing in anything that is going to make throwing anything with Trump. That face.
We're going to continue with that exhibit number 14 and go to the 4 hour and 6 minute mark.
A super chat in court, peak 2021, coming from who made that comment?
A super chat of a meme. That's the best part. He bottom texted the dead guy. Oh my God.
But first of all, this is all just surreal that this is reality now. That people are doing this, getting shot, and while it's happening, people are live streaming pics on social media.
Let me show you where he got laid out.
Why? Why is this relevant? What is the purpose of this?
I just want to know where Rittenhouse was chasing Rosenbaum, because I heard the lawyer say it. I heard the lawyer say the video showed it, and I haven't seen the video that showed it.
No, he said the chase between Rittenhouse and Rosenbaum this time.
We don't have this guy on the stand.
The jurors
as a
that
witness.
the portion that I played just a bit ago that showed the Rosenbaum shooting was from 3 hours and 58 minutes to 4 hours and 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
What the hell is he holding in his hand?
With the vehicle
The
driving.
system
forward. This is now beginning 3 minutes and 30 seconds later at the 4 hour and 6 minute mark. I just wanted you to know the gap in time between these two videos. Please continue.
Why are we watching this video?
I've just never heard a lawyer do so much testifying.
Shouldn't they have a video expert? It's almost like one's around.
Junior donated $3. Time to clear.
I wonder if they're not leaving this in.
I'm sorry, what?
Why'd they mute?
Donated $3. Time to clear the streets of the leftist trash. Oh my god.
Time to clear the streets of leftist trash.
So there's no question. First of all, I would object to those. I would object to those chats because that's politicizing.
Well, here's the thing, but they're so booming that they don't know how to do it.
$3. This is what democracy looks LOL.
These chats are going to create a look of guilt to Rittenhouse. Like, I would be objecting to all of that.
And it's going to associate. They're going to try to associate that with his state of mind.
Ira Gershwin donated $3. The social workers are shooting each other, Reggie.
So fucked up. Someone else?
Get the fuck out of here. Let's go.
What?
You set that fire.
Jesus Christ.
Duke Beast donated $3. Blast archers of loaf instead of blasting caps.
Nick's trying not to laugh.
Holy shit.
If this were a movie and this is the evidence you saw in the trial scene of a dystopian future, you wouldn't believe it.
Okay, Ben. Who cares?
I got to go pick up a kid, and I want to keep watching this, but
children grift.
I'm just wondering why.
Speaking of
we're
children,
watching these
Now,
videos
can we please
where
play
Kyle is
exhibit
gone.
number 19? This is entitled Drew Hernandez Shooting Video.
Who entitled it? By the way, can who entitled the video?
Are videos, Detective Howard, that you obtained during your investigation?
Yes, this one was obtained on Twitter.
This one was
it's-
obtained on Twitter.
Twitter videos don't have titles. Right?
Yeah,
Twitter
I'd like to-
videos
I'd
don't
like to
have
play-
titles.
I'd like to play a video. Murderous Rittenhouse. It murders someone.
This isn't the video he said. This video has a different title than what he said. This is Drew Hernandez en route to car source burn inside, not the shooting whatever that he mentioned.
Detective Howard, are you able to tell from this video what we're looking at in terms of where we are in Kenosha?
Bunch of
Yes,
blurry
we
shit.
are. He's in Sheridan Road with the video. Let's see. All right, car source is right here on the west side of Sheridan Road, and then across the street is KMH. So his camera is pointing south. So on the left side of the screen, you're seeing the KMH parking lot right here, and up ahead and to the right in the screen is going to be the car source. At this point in time, it looks like he's right about the intersection of Sheridan Road and 62nd Street.
Oh, Drew Hernandez is Daily Caller.
Yes.
Daily Caller is right-wing conservative media.
Wait, Drew Hernandez is Daily Caller?
I believe so.
McGinnis.
McGinnis is daily caller. I don't know about Drew Hernandez. Who added the text? So there's McGinnis.
About 10 or 12 seconds, please.
Well, no, let's keep watching Kyle go check on the person he just shot.
Go ahead.
Drew Hernandez works for Officer Tatum of the Tatum Report. Is what the chat says.
Then it does make sense. I mean, they want those nasty chats in there so that they can just tie
Follow the action.
Rittenhouse
We
politically.
have this
And mentally, they're gonna. I mean, it's all state of mind. They're trying to show his state of mind. They've already given away that.
This individual is Joseph Rosenbaum, and the individual in black with the white lettering on the back of his shirt is Richie McGinnis. Go ahead.
The first video was from a different guy. It wasn't Tatum just a second ago with the super chats.
Howard, I'm going to pause at this moment. I don't think there's any dispute that we've heard a total of 8 shots in a row there.
I agree.
And
This is a loaded leading question coming from the prosecutor. How many?
Well, he was asking for agreement from
Detective
the
Howard,
defense.
you've
Okay,
watched
fine. I thought he was
numerous
asking the witness.
videos of this incident, correct?
Yes, this part was one of the focuses.
And there were
Foci.
8 shots that we just heard. The first one was Joshua Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury what he does with regard to that shot?
So Joshua Zeminski is
Yeah, I'm feeling Robert. This is
see it on the
feeling like a little bit of
video.
malpractice.
This time he's walking slowly southbound on the West Sheridan Road sidewalk in front of Car Source. So Joshua's walking right at about this spot right here while the chase is going on in a southwest direction through the Car Source parking lot. At that time, Joshua Zeminski has a handgun in his right hand, and he raises his hand up in the air and fires 1 shot. At that time, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum are running through the Car Source parking lot. So Mr. Zeminski's gunshot happens behind them.
Very, very damning. for the
Thereafter, the
prosecution.
defendant fires 4 shots from his AR-15, striking Mr. Rosenbaum all 4 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as part of your work in this investigation, have you viewed this incident in numerous videos?
Yes.
Have you
Leading question.
timed, using those videos, the gap in time between Mr. Zeminski's initial shot and the first of the defendant's 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum?
2.5 seconds.
Yes, using a stopwatch, I estimated that time to be approximately 2.5 seconds.
Mhm. I would be more interested in the time between the
Immediately
shot and the
after-
FU.
I use the word immediately, but in sequence after the 4 shots from the defendant that are shot at Mr. Rosenbaum, there is a sequence of 3 shots after that. Is that right?
Correct.
Those are not fired by the defendant.
Correct.
As best as you can tell in your investigation, where are those shots from, if you know?
I believe it to be coming from the area of 63rd Street.
Objection, speculation.
It's hard to confirm that because we do not have good video available.
Objection. This guy is not an
Any
expert.
foundation? There's no foundation they've laid for
Can you
this.
just use your pointer to show approximately on 63rd Street on that map where you're talking about?
I would estimate that those 3 are coming from this area.
Object.
I don't know if
Come
all the jurors
on.
can see that or not, but you're pointing to an area.
You're gonna
that is
stand up and not object, buddy?
South end of the Car
Wants
Source
to
lot
see.
along the north side of 63rd Street. And is it fair to say that you're indicating a space that is about halfway between Sheridan and the west edge of the Car Source lot?
Yes.
Okay.
No
Let's hold
objection.
that up a little higher, please. Thank you.
Is he thinking about it now? And wouldn't we be able to see
And
this
again,
from the
pointer
FBI
you're
drone
right now is showing
surveillance
us where
footage?
you believe those 3 shots likely came from.
Yes.
No one has ever been identified.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Wait, what? I'm just going to put myself up here so I can bring this up. Rosenbaum was the worst of the worst. 11 counts, including canal rape, 9 to 11 years old. He had 12 years, level 3 offender. And this is the day that he got out of the mental facility and was walking around. Any issues that I may have had with this, I think, have gone out the window. Let alone the fact that he was pursuing Kyle by the looks of it, and yeah, okay.
With regard to those shots?
Correct.
This is
Was
leading.
any evidence recovered, shell casings, anything like that, that would indicate anything about those shots?
Yes, there are some shell casings recovered.
From the street in that area?
Yes.
Okay.
Just leading the
Is there
witness
any
all
indication
over.
that those
He
shots
may as well
have any
testify for the
relation
witness.
to the incident between Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, those do not appear to be fired by Mr. Rosenbaum or Mr. Rittenhouse.
Christ.
Thank you. Can we continue the video, please?
I just now got the Gary Oldman references. I'm sometimes a little slow.
What do you?
What is that?
What the? Court. Fix your shit. Close your notifications, you moron. No, close your notifications.
Oh.
Well, they're gonna have to replay that
Could
one.
be more embarrassing pop-ups than that.
Oh, there we go.
The computer. The
You
computer
guys call
objected
me a
to
boomer.
Richards.
Was that the
This is a
court or was that
technical
Lauren Crime, though?
objection that ought to have been raised about 5 minutes ago.
Isn't
You have two high-paid lawyers sitting there, Richards and Sharifsi, and neither of these guys are objecting to obvious leading questions, objecting to relevance, objecting to the qualifications of a
what's the
witness
court?
who's testifying. He's testifying from a YouTube video, which are recorded in stereo, by the way, not surround sound, about the directionality of a bullet that is not on frame. What are we talking about?
This is beyond malpractice now.
I mean, but can you imagine that you would need a ballistics expert, a forensic ballistic expert for normal things, but they're asking this inspector who pulled a Twitter video to
Not
determine
doing
the
it for a day.
direction from which 3 bullets came from this video?
Yeah, bullets that they haven't found and haven't identified a shooter for in anything.
I think he's alluded to the fact that they found 3 casings in that area, so they're deducing all of it. It's totally irrelevant regardless. But this.
Get a light! Get a fucking light! Put pressure on it! Put fucking pressure on it! Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole? Wait, where are you at? He's right here in his head, in his head!
That was actually a grazing wound.
Put pressure, put pressure!
Pressure's down in his pelvis.
Hey,
And
keep
lung.
your eyes open! Keep your eyes open! You shot him! I'm in trouble!
Jim, after re-listening to this several times, I'm convinced Rosenbaum shouted, "I'm going to fuck you, not fuck you." Jim, Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Oh, yes, that reminds me. Guys, I'm going to take this opportunity. If you have not already hit the like and subscribe buttons, just double check if you are still subscribed, if you are already a follower. And as Rabbit has said here, feel free to head over to the merch store to get all your totes, tops, sports bras, and more from the Aussie Overlaw'd store. Only took watching 5 more trials for me to kind of get what foundation means. Yeah, look, at some stage it might not actually be a bad idea. I'll talk to the other guys about it, whether or not we can do like a short series on court terminology and that sort of thing, just so people can kind of understand and follow along.
You're okay, you're okay. You're okay. Dude, there's like a shit the pressure on this shit. Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive. Hey, bro, just talk to me, bro. What's up?
Oh, I hadn't seen that video before.
I don't know why we're watching it.
That's the thing. That should have been objected
Now,
to once
please
again.
play exhibit number 15. That is a file entitled Richie McGinnis at Rosenbaum's Body.
Aldred, you might not know, you might not, but you know someone that does.
Kyle's
More
no longer
prejudicial.
present.
Yep, more prejudicial than probative, baby.
Damn straight. That was ridiculous.
Although I think you are allowed to generally show So long as they're not gratuitous, images of a corpse in a murder trial. Again, they can't be gratuitous. You can't go overboard, but you are. So this would probably fall into it unless they show a whole lot more. But so I'm just questioning the relevance here. But pew, pew, pew. I love the Space Invader sounds that keep coming from the court. It would drive me nuts if I was a judge.
They don't sell underwear, otherwise I probably would have done that.
Generic Coffee Company says, "Hey, all, don't trust that dirty anime tea company, The Dragon's Treasure. They're all terrible, and don't think Kyle's a guilty monster. Only support them if you're also terrible. Go Dims."
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that video was coming.
They finally got the VLC player. Good job.
You
guys.
okay? Just don't move, man. Don't move. All right, can I flip you over real quick?
He got ventilated.
Right after I get a proper angle with the camera.
Where's it at?
He's wearing the body cam, I think.
Okay.
Where's it at, dude? Get a light on it. Get a light. Give me a fucking light.
Put pressure on it. Put fucking
Where?
pressure on it.
Where, dude?
You flipped him onto it. It was on his back.
Get the
He's
fucking
right
mask
here in
up.
his head, in his head. Come on. Put pressure. Put pressure. Put pressure. Put pressure. Hey, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open.
Oh,
I didn't.
that's that lung.
Just the pressure on this shit.
That's a lung flutter.
Hey, what's your name, bro? What's your name, bro? Is y'all thinking the hospital right here? Yeah, get him up. Get him up. Keep pressure on it.
I'm not sure, fam. I think so.
Get his arms. I got you, dude. I got you.
Please, guys, make sure he is on.
Keep pressure.
This is excellent video right here.
The strategy is just nauseate the jury, and then they'll be whipped up to convict.
Play every single social media thing, and the defense is not going to say shit.
They should have covered the lens with red and said, "You would have been able to see, but for the blood of this innocent victim."
Just have like the James Bond blood dripping down the camera.
What's the name of the file? Oh, okay.
It was Richie McGinnis at something at Car Source, I
Can we
think.
please play exhibit number 12? This is the Kyle Cook video.
Oh, sure. Wait, are we just going to keep watching Rosenbaum's corpse? Like, do we keep needing to see that? Is that what we're going to watch?
Probably, knowing Bingo.
No objections, you know. It's just not cumulative
GTA
at all.
wasted on black and white. That could have worked. Going to hell, my first thought was too bad Kyle had to run from the mob. He could have saved Jojo's life.
Kyle Cook Rittenhouse running after.
Detective Howard, can you help us? Or help
Hang on. I couldn't see shit in that. Could any of you? None of the people in that were identifiable, unless they've stipulated to him being in it.
Kyle Cook Rittenhouse running after.
I mean, there's a guy that looks like him. That's definitely not him, no weapon. And then you got the guy up to the top left that looks like that guy there might be Kyle. Kyle was never running after Rosenbaum. No, I think we saw that from the Fleur video, frankly. That could be anybody, unless they're talking about the guy on at the very right. Then
the jury, rather, where is this video physically at in Kenosha as we're watching it right now?
So at this point in time,
Ruben Sims
Kyle
says
Cook
murder
is
victims
the
at
videographer.
MP4.
He's a little bit north of the Car Source Estimate he's
Having a blind
about
moment,
here.
can't see much anyway. Fair enough.
You're
Eddie.
pointing on the west side of Sheridan Road between the 61st Street and 62nd Street.
Hope you feel better soon.
Okay, and
And
he's
his-
heading south?
Yes, his camera right now is pointing southbound.
Okay, thank you.
So there was just like 6 shots. It went off.
Okay, that's definitely Kyle there from the looks of
I
it.
will represent to the jury, and there's no
Gaige.
dispute about this. What we're seeing in this video in the middle of the street is the defendant, and on his left is Gaige Grosskreutz. We can continue.
Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! He shot him! Stop him! Who shot him?
Shit's about to turn up here.
Not entirely sure what the prosecution's purpose in bringing this video in is.
Imagine, you know, that Grosskreutz knows that he has a gun and is chasing him down now.
Every
And I
single
don't-
video you can hear a gunshot in is going to come out. They're going to bring every single social media video where you just hear a gunshot.
These shots are not Kyle. These shots are already done.
Meanwhile, you have all the background saying he did it, he shot him, you know.
Damn, dude, we got people shot everywhere, bro. We got somebody down right fucking here.
Well, that's telling. So many people got shot. We've got so many downers here. Wasn't part of the prosecution's case that this guy's the only guy that got shot, or maybe, I suppose, died from it, I suppose, but kind of goes towards Kyle's mindset at the time, that's for sure. That was more action than a few seconds in Australia. What? More action in a few seconds than Australia's had since it was founded. Oh, bite me, JSDs.
Detective
Okay,
Howard,
on that pause,
this video
gentlemen,
is paused.
I've got to go do parenting duties.
Figures
Oh,
of
okay.
the-
Buddy,
If
thanks
I
for
can get
hanging
back in,
out.
I'll get back in.
Maybe
Otherwise,
he's heading off,
see you
which
guys
means
soon.
the
Good
lecture
talking with you,
room for me
Viva.
again.
You're-
Peace.
you know
Take
where
care.
that is?
I believe that's Mr. Huber.
That is where he fell after being
There we
shot
go.
by the defendant.
That's better.
Yes.
Let's go to the next exhibit, which is going to be exhibit number 6. This is the CJTV running video.
Okay, waiting for it.
Just so we can make it clear for the jury, Detective Howard, the video we just saw is after the defendant has shot Mr. Rosenbaum at 63rd.
Correct.
And he is traveling north on Sheridan Road.
I mean, that is a fact.
From that,
I don't think
Yeah.
anybody's.
source
Yeah.
at 63rd. Is that fair to
Correct.
say?
He didn't say murdered. You know, I get that they want
Wait,
guns.
what? Watching live that night, I remember a little kid pointed a pistol at one of the streamers. He looked about 8. Shit.
Shots on footage.
Oh shit!
I mean,
He shot that guy in the stomach.
but they are also showing
Pause
a
it there.
giant
Detective
mob
Howard,
chasing them.
There is an individual wearing shorts that appears to be holding his arm, running off to the left of this video. That is Gaige Grosskreutz.
Correct.
And this
Leading
is
the witness.
immediately after he's been shot in the right arm by the defendant.
Leading
Correct.
the witness.
Please continue.
Oh shit!
It's all leading. I mean, he's just been constantly
People
leading.
just get shot everywhere, guys.
bicep transplant.
Take this. Take this. Take this. Oh, fuck me. I need a fucking medic. I'm returning.
Did you just say he's an attorney?
Can we please now play exhibit number 5? This is the BG on the scene video.
It's hard to eat a sandwich when you don't have a bicep. Just sort of point that out there. It's hard to do this.
Someone in the chat said big flex.
Oh no! No! Oh no!
Oh god.
Half Gaige now.
Oh, BG on the scene. I love his watermark. I mean, it's justified as shit. I can't even see it any other way.
But Nick, this video at least had more video value because the angle is different, right? So this one has more value for probative purposes.
Okay.
I mean, it's justified as shit. I can't even see it any other way.
But Nick, this video at least had more video value because the angle is different, right? So this one has more value for probative purposes.
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's probative of the fact that he acted in clear self-defense after being struck twice immediately and then being advanced on by a man with a gun.
In a whole mob.
Yeah. And the best part is that he points when someone's tracking him. He points back and does not shoot again because the person backs off.
Exactly. And then here, he immediately goes to turn himself in. Immediately.
Istari, I don't know why the attorney's not objecting to some other stuff, but this video is the videos where he's shooting someone on video relevant 100%. Of course, they're going directly to the heart of the matter. This video is just good for Kyle, but any video that Kyle is in is going to be relevant for the portions that he's in it automatically. You can't say, well, he was in it, but it's not relevant. Except for the prior act stuff that they talked about pre-trial. But I'm talking about on the night.
He's actually there trying to hand himself in.
Please go back to the beginning of that video. I want to highlight some things for the jury, if we could, please.
Do you? Of course you do. What are you going to highlight? That's testimony.
It's just hard for me to believe that all of this has been stipulated to.
Yes, please. There's no dispute about the identity of an individual here. Could you back it up? And I'm going to have you stop when we see him a little bit better.
At this point, you need to start objecting to this guy just to get him back in check.
Yes. In the second you see the judge is ruling away, you've got him.
Running in from the right hand of the screen here, he's right. I'm pointing to him right now. He's kind of obscured. But there's an individual here running with a skateboard that is Anthony Cooper. There's no dispute about that. Go ahead.
Why is he testifying to who's on this video? I'm confused about that. Even if there's no dispute, what's the foundation for this lawyer offering testimony?
Difficult to see pause point in the video, but I'll represent. There's no dispute. This is the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse. This is Anthony Hubert. His skateboard has wound up over here, and he is picking it up, and then he's going to continue after the defendant.
What's he going to do with the skateboard
One
then?
more thing I want to point out. This individual here is an individual who in a few seconds will come in towards Mr. Rittenhouse
telling him what's going to happen. What I mean, it's just coming towards him. I mean, that's a
jump kick, man. Jump kick.
Yep. There you go.
A little bit, please.
Oh, look, free skateboard.
Continue there, please.
There he got hit.
There is a moment here in which the defendant is on the ground and he's got his gun pointed towards this individual approaching him. Detective Howard.
Oh, wait a minute.
In the entire sequence of these events, how many times did the defendant fire his gun?
8 times.
I believe the testimony thus far is that 4 of those rounds were discharged and struck Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Correct.
The 5th and 6th times that he
You
shot
don't get to
were at this individual with the white man.
I know. I can't even say it anymore.
Shot is fired
It's like
at Anthony Huber,
Yes.
and the 8th round is at Mr. Grosskreitz's right arm.
Correct.
This is leading the witness. Richards, make
this is
him do his
101.
job.
101, like first year law school shit.
Defendant has just discharged 1 round into the chest of Anthony Huber. Is that right?
Correct.
Testimony.
Please continue.
I don't know if no nuts is the problem. It's no brain. That's the problem with Richards.
You have just testified, Detective, that the defendant discharged a total of 8 rounds.
Yes.
We are hearing.
No, you
other
testified
rounds,
to that. He just
in
agreed.
this video after the shootings of Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Correct.
None of those shots are being fired by the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Please continue.
I watched a bias documentary before I knew much about this. Even after watching that crap, I still believe Kyle was in the right.
I was hard to see.
Oh, real question.
Okay, pause. Do you know who that is?
Caitlin,
Yes, that is
happy
Ryan
birthday.
Balch.
Thank you.
Why didn't you just represent to him that it was Ryan Balch so he could agree with you?
Which is what you've been doing the entire time.
At the end of this
It's
video,
almost as if Nick doesn't think much
the
of being Oral
defendant
Richards.
approaches a Kenosha squad car, correct?
Yes, the Kenosha Police Squad car. Yes.
Leading the
Yes,
witness.
Kenosha Police Squad car. Do you know the names of the officers who were inside that squad car?
Yes.
And who are they?
Officer Moretti and Officer Krieger.
And that's Pep Moretti
Correct.
and James Krieger? James?
It's
Jason.
Jason,
Krieger.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. May we now please play exhibit number 4, a file entitled Zeminski After Rosenbaum Shooting.
Guys, the reason the defense is not objecting, if I'm being charitable, is probably because they, a lot of this stuff is going to be admissible overall. But in my opinion, when you've got the prosecution just running roughshod over something, or the opposing lawyer in general, break up their flow and make them do their job correctly.
Agreed.
Yes. A couple leading questions, sure. An entire testimony.
He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him!
Do you know whose voice we're hearing?
Yes, that is Kelly Zeminski's voice.
In the video here, we're seeing a figure walking away from the camera in a dark top, looks like maybe camouflage pants, pointing. Do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that is Joshua Zeminski.
And he is the one who fired the first shot about 2.5 seconds before Mr. Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum.
Let's object to this, guys.
Please continue.
Okay. All right.
Get his ass! Yo, he He's shot. He's shot. He's fucking shot. Behind the goddamn car, he's shot.
When did Viva dip?
The hospital's right
I don't know.
here.
5 minutes ago. Didn't quite hear.
Take him to the hospital. Hurry up. Get him to the goddamn hospital. You got to, man. Ain't nobody coming to help.
And who's to blame for that one?
You guys kept the EMTs out.
Just quickly, Sovereign. It turns out I had 2 hits, so that Miriam card that I pulled was another $90 card, so I got 2 in the one box, which I was really impressed with.
He better fucking nail it on Cross.
That's the only way I could even think of forgiving this, but even then. You can't unwind this.
She sounds toothless.
It'd be funny if he fell out the back of the truck. He'd drive off.
Oh my God.
Pretty much.
Oh my fucking God, dude.
That was a little dude in the green shirt with the rifle.
Talk about unfriendly and shit. No, he got shot with a real fucking gun, girl. Were you able to get him in over there? Yeah, they brought him in.
No shit, he got shot with a real gun.
See, at this point, why is this relevant?
Again, maybe you have relevance to them putting him in the trunk, but now it's gone.
Right.
Running around with a big ass fucking gun.
No shit.
Because it would have made much difference if the guy. Okay.
Huh?
Quick question for chat. Do you think it would have mattered if Rosenbaum had been shot with a handgun compared to an AR? To me, he would be just as equally dead, but I can see why they're going with this for, like, big scary ARs, so... Anyway, I digress.
What the fuck was that?
Sounded like something exploding, not a gunshot.
Yeah, that was not a gunshot.
They're too busy protecting their government fucking buildings, bro. They don't give a fuck about nobody out here. They don't give a fuck about nobody out
There
here.
should be some objections here, but okay.
Hey.
Are we going back to look at his blood spots again? We are. Okay. Object to this. Why are...
Detective Howard, that video ended.
He
at
wanted a shotgun, but the gun store was out.
Where
That could have ended differently.
body fell after being shot.
Why aren't they
and
testifying?
killed by the defendant, correct?
Well, why get him to do it?
Seen that location in this video and in numerous other videos. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
At any point in any of those videos, is there any indication that Mr. Rosenbaum had any weapon of any kind?
No.
No gun?
I can only see a plastic bag.
How do you know?
So no gun.
Objection, speculation.
No knife.
No.
No bat.
No.
No club.
No.
They better have some fucking whale of a cross.
Seriously. Because this
Can
is.
we now please play exhibit number 13, the Lakota Lichtwalt live stream?
If Binger is smart, he's going to drag this out until 5.
We'll be taking one shortly, but right now,
There you go.
hey, go ahead.
Let's begin at the 9-minute mark, Ryan. 9-minute mark.
9.
9.
He definitely is a Littlefinger cosplayer, though. 500%.
Where'd the audio go? Okay, then we're back.
There you go.
Oh, hell no. Oh, they didn't raise a skateboard, no.
Binger is sharp with that pocket square. I got to get a pocket square, man.
I've got one. They go a long way.
Oh, I had an audio for
Got to
that.
coordinate with the tie. Got to do it.
Actually, get a pocket circle.
People joining my live stream from CJTV. I do appreciate it. Guys, if I drop out again, make sure that you're jumping across to Corey Elijah, also another local here who's been documenting things in our hometown.
Yeah, that was
Otherwise,
Natalie
make sure you're
Whisker.
jumping on CJTV and Mercado Media. It does sound like we've got some stuff going on over here.
I only
don't
go
know
to
if that's
Supermercado Media. They have more selection.
fireworks or what we have going on. We're going to go try and check it
Have
out.
that Mexican cola I like.
Hey, Manzanita Soul is baller. Don't even lie.
Locations for the jury.
Brother Dave, hello.
Detective Howard, we have seen this video begin at a location, and it appears that the person taking the video is now moving. Can you, if you're able to, can you tell us where this person was at the beginning of the video?
So at the beginning of the video, it appeared that Mr. Lichtwalt was on the southwest corner of Sheridan Road and 60th Street. The armored vehicles that you saw in the beginning of the video were at 60th Street. Now it appears he turned the camera around and now he's facing south.
And as we watch this video, is he going to be heading south along Sheridan Road?
Yes.
Please continue.
Yeah, that was leading as all hell. Not impressed.
What are we even seeing here? You know,
Again, another video with no apparent relevance yet.
and you could always edit these videos, have them show only the relevant portions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here is. This is it. Okay.
We rewind 10 seconds, please.
Are you gonna
I wanna call
testify
the
to the
jury's
jury
attention
that this
to
is Kyle
the
Rittenhouse?
center of Sheridan Road there. It's kind of in the center of the screen right now. There will be some figures coming towards the camera. I just want to focus the jury's attention on that as we start the playing again, please, from there. Like
Good
one
good
more
pause.
frame.
The one time when he's behind someone.
There. Okay. No dispute on this. There's no dispute on this. I just want to make it clear for the jury. This individual who is running past the videographer, this individual here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. He is headed back north up Sheridan Road while this videographer passes him going south. Go ahead.
See you, Prep Madre. Have a good day.
Great audio.
Those are gunshots, people. Those are gunshots.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to take an AR round to the bicep, but I just hope I'm never on video screaming like that.
All right, guys.
On the back. Turn again. Are you back?
He's bleeding more than Rosenbaum bled.
Yes.
But that sucking chest wound, that's the fatal one versus the more bloody one.
Yeah.
A little bit of a different angle, but I'll represent to the jury, and there's no dispute about this. The individual who's crying out for a medic is Gaige Grosskreutz. He's just been shot.
Kyle should have turned around and helped him.
This individual who's just arrived, who's got the kind of greenish pants on, that is Jason Lekowski.
How do we know this? Who even is this now?
No. Take it.
Well, they're establishing that there was another medic present. That's what they're doing with this.
Please tell me you're not use this. Where you shot? It's not you use it. Help me, somebody help me, please. Right here, I got you. Tight. Keep it elevated above the heart. You want to go to the hospital, man? Get tight. You want to go to the hospital?
I can't lift it above my heart.
This way, come on.
Do I want to go? No shit. Did I hear that? Do you want to go to the hospital? No shit. I think I heard that.
Let's go. He's fine. Get back. Get back.
So Gaige just buys up on a milk carton. You guys are great.
Stephen Cooper, this is a while back, says, we're after the 2-hour mark. Nikki, you should show Mark Richards' music video. No, I should not.
Man says streaming a stream that is streaming another stream, streaming yet another stream, where a medic needs a medic. This is pure meta. This is true.
Nova Zero says, Viva is correct. Don't be there.
There's more than one person.
Don't be there. Leave it to the police, who are highly qualified at violating your basic human rights, except when it's inconvenient for them, in which case just get on social media and turn off the gas.
Right now, I'm not sure who got shot. We have two individuals. That have been shot. I've been instructed to get out.
Detective Howard, can you describe for the jury what's going on in that sequence of events that we just saw after Gaige Grosskreutz was shot?
So those are several armored vehicles from different law enforcement agencies in Wisconsin arriving to report of shots fired, and they are attempting to render aid to victims. But before they do that, they are concerned because they don't know whether or not there's still an active threat.
How do you know?
They come out with a show of force to secure the area. So that way, after they secure the area, they can provide medical aid to the victims or the people who got shot.
Oh my God.
No objection.
I know I've just presented a lot of videos to the jury, and I
Yes,
want
you
your
presented them bigger.
Howard, just so we can make sure we've got everything in chronological order. Based on what we've just played for the jury and what you know, can you kind of describe the sequence of events in the series of shootings that we've just seen?
Starting with the first shooting.
Yes.
Wait, did he actually use the word victim there? Oh, sorry, I didn't
First
catch
shooting
that.
takes place at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road car source on the south end of our map here. That is where
just object. The judges say please refrain from using the word victim.
Shoots 4 times at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Simple.
All right.
They won't even get the simple ones. That's the issue here. There's a lot of simple W's they could have taken.
So the first shooting with Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse, where 4 shots are fired, this takes place at the car source at 63rd Street and Sheridan Road at the south end of our map. That was after they both ran in a southwest direction, going down to the left in this parking lot. After those 4 shots are fired, Mr. Rittenhouse takes a direction northbound. He's on the sidewalk briefly, and then he moves a little bit more to the east. When he's closer to 62nd Street, in that approximate area, he runs northbound on Sheridan Road in the middle of Sheridan Road. At approximately 61st Street, just north of that intersection, but right at that intersection. That is where Mr. Rittenhouse falls down and takes a position on his
Camera guy's name is David
southbound.
Slopan.
David Slopan.
The individual
That was
unidentified
a lawyer
attempts
joke.
to kick him.
I like it. I like it.
Is shot at 2 times. And then Mr. Huber is shot at 1 time. And then Mr. Grosskreutz is shot at 1 time. And all of that takes place at this location right here.
Grosskreutz for littering.
And then can you just show us the defendant's path
As a social media expert,
after that?
After that, Mr. Rittenhouse continues northbound on Sheridan Road.
According to what I saw in numerous
And the
videos,
line of police cars and Bearcats or armored vehicles.
anybody could
originally
do this
was at
testimony.
60th
Anybody on
Sheridan.
earth,
At
literally
Sheridan
anyone.
60th right here.
And
it's
you
a
mentioned
dangerous
earlier
precedent to just allow this stuff to be seen, and even not objected to is treating it as normal, and it should not be treated as normal. It should not be treated
That
as
was
acceptable.
that
Period.
squad car was in the westbound, the westernmost lane of southbound Sheridan Road, just south of 60th Street. So that KPD squad car would have been right here.
And then just for complete context here, the original
A
car
leading
source
question.
that the defendant was at earlier in the evening, can you point that out for us, please?
That was at Sheridan Road and 59th Street at the southwest corner.
Thank you very much.
Wait.
Oh, he's gonna drag it. He's got another.
We have seen a couple of versions of the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum, and immediately prior to that, he throws something at the defendant. Have you seen that in the videos?
Yes.
Was that item ever recovered?
No.
Could we play exhibit number 2 at the
You can, because the defense
253
isn't
mark,
going to object. Richards, are you prepared to watch exhibit number 2?
He's not watching. He's like stretching over there. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but
I like Under Armour IT, bro. Notice he's got a little roping off his over here.
this area, yeah.
This is my seat.
Social distance.
Spencer Mosher says, someone get Barnes over there and replace this horrible defense attorney. This is painful to watch. This is
Excruciating. As a
Very,
lawyer,
very
it's excruciating. And it's even more painful to know that normal people are watching this and
See
thinking
that
this
in
is
this
normal.
video, we see center left Joseph Rosenbaum,
Yes.
and in his right hand is a plastic bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do we know it's plastic?
Yeah. Well, it's on social media as plastic, so that's just admissible at this point.
Oh,
Fractal Machine says, if illegal possession of a firearm is enough to mean your life is forfeit, then by Rosenbaum grabbing Kyle's gun, his life was forfeit. Rosenbaum was almost certainly not allowed to possess a firearm. He definitely was not allowed.
Detective Howard, we have had that image enlarged and enhanced as best we can to focus in on that plastic bag. So in a second, there'll be an
Who did the
image that I'm gonna
enhancing and
show on the
enlarging?
screen of that.
So you edited this photograph? Objection, Your Honor. Or edited photograph? JG Diaz says, hey, we donated Colombian pesos. By the way, Nick, ask Legal Mindset if he knows some immigration lawyer. I want to immigrate to Florida, and there's got to be legal. Can't just smuggle myself there like in California.
Hit me up on my community, and I may or may not be able to suggest you to somebody.
Get it, JG Diaz. Mither Nemmer
For the
says, if
record,
the
I
defense
believe
puts
this
Kyle
is
on the
exhibit
stand,
number 24.
it would be the stupidest move in the world. To even hint at it in the opening was questionable enough, but actually putting him on the stand is moronic. I agree.
And especially with this counsel, I don't trust them to protect him sufficiently.
I don't, frankly, knowing that Kyle was an emotional wreck after shooting these people, I don't trust him to protect himself.
Yeah, that too. It's just a situation where you would never put him on the stand. This is
Yeah.
It would be horrible to put him on the stand.
Better says, what is the
Look, I
theory
know the
behind
outcome.
delay being a
Hang
tactic? How does that help? It makes the jury.
I know the outcome, so I know that people are giving Richards a lot of credit. As someone that has not seen this, and if I was to say that I didn't know the outcome, I would be agreeing with them at this point. I would be saying, yeah, I don't I don't necessarily think it'd be a good idea for Kyle to go on the stand. I think we all know exactly the effect that that had and that it was important for it to happen. But that's a spoiler. Treating it objectively and treating it as where we are in the case right at the very moment with the testimony and the evidence that's been provided, I would have had concerns, honestly. So, footage that night saved him. If it was up to Binger's account of what happened, he'd be in prison right now. Their initial impression was definitely correct as an outsider for sure. The difference was they didn't know Kyle personally and how good he could stand it. No, fair, but I don't think that's really what they're... Like Kurt said, they won despite their piss-poor performance.
Jury board, and if the defense has to go after the jury, or after the prosecution, they're not going to be listening because they've just been bored for several hours. Now I think, I'm wondering if Binger's going to try and run this testimony out another 2 hours. Well, hour and 45 after the break, because if he can do that, he can cut off the defense from even getting cross. I mean, he's already hamstrung the full cross-examination.
I think he's running this. He's got enough. I think there's enough video to just keep playing it like this, keep slowballing it, keep coming over, talking to the tech.
Yeah, the trick on this delay would be to keep his...
we need to do a little something technical. Do you think it'd be a good time to breakfast?
Would be
Let's take a break,
to...
folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
To keep his questioning, his examination of the witnesses, it's the last thing the defense remembers. Then tomorrow they're going to start a fresh day, and the defense will be doing cross. The jurors aren't going to remember the specifics of what the defense is talking about on cross. They're just going to have the impressions that they took away from today. If Binger is thinking about this, I think he's going to try and run this to almost running out. If not, and if he does it close and just cuts off, after the first couple of questions of cross, then he's done his job.
Mission accomplished. Yeah, mission accomplished.
What's up, Emily Baker? How you doing? Nice to see you there in the chat.
What's up, Emily?
It's this has been frustrating to watch, I'm gonna say.
It's painful.
Eric the Red says, objection, that Bible story was obviously in Deuteronomy. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says his judge is great. Thanks for the great cover, Dragons. Yes, he is great. The defense has to employ him. Like they have to.
And I saw people in the chat saying, "Oh, where's the judge? Where's the judge?" That's not where's the judge? Where's his own attorneys? It's not the job of the judge to make the objections, right? The attorney has to make the objections, right? The judge isn't just going to jump in there. And the thing is, because we saw zero objections, we can't even gauge the judge's mood, right? And as Nick said, you have to tame these people early. You have to curb this bad behavior.
That was EDB before she went
like
big time.
curbing a dog that's peeing on your fucking couch, right? You got to curb that shit early on, or they're going to keep peeing on the couch. He led the witness to the point where right now the number one witness for the prosecution has been fucking Binger. Binger is the number one witness for the prosecution because he laid out facts either by pointing them out himself or literally leading the witness repeatedly on direct, which is 100% a no-no.
Yeah, it's a no-no if you get called on it.
Right.
It's not like there's a magical court rule where it says, oh, judge gets to say, oh, prosecution's leading the witness too much. I mean, in theory they could, but they're not going to.
And Nick, there's sometimes where you'd let it go because it's such a minor issue. You don't call every single leading, but when it's a pattern of behavior and you're establishing information after information, that's crucial. I mean, the whole thing about the ballistics, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You do not allow a social media guy to establish ballistics. Get the hell out of here.
What the hell was
It's
that
ridiculous. Look, it's 5 a.m. and I'm still pissed off. I mean, it's ridiculous.
When you've got Binger doing this, he's leading the witness over and over. Once you start to notice, okay, he's getting into this nice groove, you hit him with an objection. The next time he does it, you hit him with an objection. The next time he does, Your Honor, leading again. Can we get this? Can we get some proper direct examination here? And then he's probably going to stop and reframe his questions. Now, is he going to get the same information in there? Most likely, he's going to get what he wants out of it. But if you let him frame it, you're also letting him be an authoritative voice on the narrative for the jury. And that's going to go into closing arguments. They're going to go, this guy's been telling me what's going on the whole time. They're not consciously thinking it, but they're ready to listen to this guy tell them what happened because he's been doing it the whole trial. You've got to shut it down.
Sure.
They're primed. They're reptile brain. You got to think.
Not gonna lie,
people
part of the
are
reason I'm doing
mostly, we like to think, oh, we're higher beings. We're fucking reptiles at our base. They're targeting that reptile brain. Listen to commands. It's a small command. It starts with, hey, take this pencil, take this glass of water. Suddenly you're just telling them what to do, and they're doing it. You're telling them to go in there and come back and deliver a guilty verdict, and they are doing it because you program their mind to do that. Absolutely. And that's what he's doing. And look, Binger is a smarty motherfucker, and he's smart, and that's what he's aiming at because that's all he's got. That's the only angle he's got. He knows he's not going to win on the law. He knows he's not going to win on the facts, but he might win on conning the jury.
Yeah. And
no one told Nick.
We'll have to see. Like I said, Richards yesterday was really good on cross. Maybe he's going to be really good on cross on this guy. I don't know. He did a very competent job yesterday. And on that cross examination of Dominic Black, and you couldn't really have asked him to do much more. Today, if he's not going to just absolutely slam it on cross, then he has failed for the day. Right now, I'm giving this day squarely to the prosecution, and who knows how it's going to change over the next. We got an hour and a half to 2 hours left, and then court's going to be adjourned. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, why isn't Richards objecting? I'm starting to think Barnes is right about him. Could be. Don't know what his strategy is. Sigurd Hellickson, Crypt Keeper says the judge is doing a better job for defending Kyle than Richards is. Just Cause says $20 for your little girl for practicing the violin. Add it to her allowance. Yes, that was my oldest, my 8-year-old. And she is going to be the death of me. At some point in my life, she will be the cause of me. Well, either that or she will be responsible for several bodies buried in my swamp.
One way or another.
But no, she's great. I told her that you guys complimented her violin playing, so thank you. Mither Nimmer says Rosenbaum isn't on trial, Binger. The defendant is the one whose rights are to be protected at trial. Kyle gets to confront this videographer. If the video is that important, subpoena the dude. Exactly. All of these videos. These are all people who are easily contactable, right?
Yes.
Like the state is not going to have trouble.
I haven't had a chance to
finding,
yet, Donna.
3 local videographers to Kenosha and one guy who's a videographer for a major YouTube channel that have social media. They would die.
Well,
Corey
Washington, one of them. Well, to be fair, one of them is conservative leaning, so maybe they don't want to put him on the stand because he might say some things they don't like, right? He might get up there and there'd be some information that they don't like coming out, right? So it's much easier to get this one cop in there, this one dude, and bring in all of these videos, right? And look, they haven't objected to relevance either, even once, in terms of the scope of the videos since the initial militia video, right? Which seems like they were just caring about the word militia, not the relevance of the videos and of the actual footage. Which at this point is getting pretty damn cumulative.
Emily,
right?
Emily, do you want in here, Emily?
Yeah, and please let her in, because then at some point that'll let me go to bed if I need to, because that'll be great.
You're welcome whenever you need to.
Yeah. I'll probably got another hour in me at best, but I'll stick in there as long as I can.
Emily, I'm sending you the link. If you want to pop in, please do. But she asked how they established foundation for the videos. Literally, Cop went on Twitter and found them. That's it. Cop went on Twitter and YouTube and found them and downloaded them. That's it. He didn't give a date of download. He didn't provide a method of downloading them. He didn't check to see if there was any
real
issues with authenticity or verifiability. He didn't suggest that he ran it by the video department at the like a video examiner that's employed by the state. He didn't do anything to suggest that these are authentic, verifiable videos. We still don't know where the titles came from, who put the titles on there. That'd be a question for Cross.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I noticed the video was titled with militia in there, and on YouTube it's not. Who put the titles on there on those videos there? Just ask that question. Who titled it? Oh, I don't know. Why don't you know? What happened to these videos after you downloaded them? Who'd you give them to?
You said you got it from YouTube. You said you got it from Twitter.
Yeah. Emily Baker is not Legal Bites. Those are two different people. Legal Bites, I've got
Alita.
Is Alita, and I've got to talk to her about coming on. Tomorrow, guys, today's Wednesday. Tomorrow, I have to let you know, I teach at 9 in the morning. So the stream is going to start an hour later, roughly.
I might have to try and find the
So
first hour
just so
worth
you
of
know,
content
I
then.
will be streaming tomorrow, but it's going to start a little bit later because I teach for the first hour. So I'll be starting at the beginning of the day, I believe. I don't think I'll pick it up live. And they tend to start about 20 to 30 minutes
Don't
after
start,
9
guys.
anyway.
I
So,
already told you. I'll
we'll
stop
be-
the car and turn around. No
I'm
one goes to
skipping the
Disneyland.
irrelevant stuff, and we'll get to just the very beginning. And
Told you,
start
no
it up.
drama.
But,
I
yeah,
don't care if they're live
just
guests
so
on-
everybody's aware, come out tomorrow, and there will be more coverage every day, but it won't start right at 9 tomorrow. Mongo 5817 says, "Is this judge based, or is he just not taking the bull crap?" Probably a lot of the second, maybe a little of the
Yeah.
first. Here we go. Hey,
I am
Emily.
watching your stream and like screaming at my
shit.
phone. I was like,
Oh.
how is a police officer downloading stuff off Twitter evidence
sorry, Emily.
in a murder trial? Like,
Well, please come scream with us, Emily. We
I
love when
just-
people are screaming with us.
for the hi Ricada audience, hello everyone, good to see you, Legal Mindset. For everyone who doesn't know me, I was a prosecutor for over 10 years at the LA County District Attorney's Office. So when my head is
Sorry, it literally just occurred to me. I now get to tag both Nick and Emily in this video.
spinning around on this shit, it's because this is what I did.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine. Like, I can't imagine. And the prosecutor, one of their goals is early on to establish the trust of the jury so that they trust you. And as a defense attorney, you have to be like, this is leading, this is this, to kind of knock that opinion down a few pegs. Once the jury trusts the prosecutor, they're skeptical of everything that comes next from the defense attorney. And the defense attorney, look, I also played water polo in college. Early on in a game, you take the first few shots at the goalie's face.
Yes.
You just have to make them a little gun shy.
Yep.
It's just the way that my team did it. Also, it's the way I did things. But if you hit them in the face the first few times, they get a little more nervous about getting hit in the face than blocking the ball. And the defense needs to do that and check the prosecutor. They're just doing whatever they want. It's wild.
Yeah, they're running roughshod over the defense here. And it's like, just object to anything. This judge is giving you everything you asked for.
The things that were said in that video should have been 402'd. All of these videos should have been stripped down of audio. They should have been segmented into just the parts, because there's a ton of hearsay in there. Of things that
only all of it.
Oh yeah, 99% of it is hearsay.
I don't know how the weight is more probative after you get past the first two videos. You don't need other angles.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know
way
what they're
more
doing.
prejudicial.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they're doing it. I'm so frustrated watching it because, first of all, being a prosecutor, you have rules to follow, but also the defense team has to object.
Yes. Yeah.
Use
And
your
if you're-
objections liberally.
And if you're not going to object,
The worst
I
is
mean,
gonna
and
happen is
again,
you're
as
gonna get
the lawyer
overruled.
pointed out earlier,
And at
you
least then
don't
it's still on the
object to
record.
everything. Like,
No.
you don't get
Yes.
too crazy nitpicky, but this has gone, and that was a long time ago to be I want to be very fair to him. Nate is right on that issue, but we have gone well past the idea where any objection is nitpicky. They have been so permissive on this stuff. They're letting the prosecutor testify to all of the facts
You
and
can't
just have
lead.
And some cop is just saying, yeah. And it's
Yeah.
like, wait, how do we know that this cop has personal knowledge of this fact if this prosecutor is just testifying to it?
Was the officer there?
No.
No. He's
No.
the social media guy. He wasn't even there. And he's literally, Emily, he's talking
Stop
about
it.
where the bullets are coming from. He's talking about the trajectory of the fucking shots.
Yeah, his involvement is once there was the report of shots fired and they found out that Kyle Rittenhouse had returned to Antioch, he and turned himself in, he drove to Antioch, Illinois, to be I think he was maybe present for some questioning of Kyle Rittenhouse while he was in custody. But he was already in
So
custody.
how has he got
This guy
any knowledge of any of the
literally
videos?
went
So
on
who's
to-
laying the foundation that those videos are accurate representations of anything?
There hasn't been any.
There is none. This
is like this.
They've stipulated to authenticity, which I don't know why you would stipulate to authenticity.
No.
Of any of these videos.
They
But-
just forgot his doctorate in TikTok triangulation method, right? That's really the thing they forgot.
I mean, we know there are some videos, but with the amount of, I would have thought they would have done, and I haven't been following this too closely because, you know, Britney Spears' parents have been getting buck wild. So let's
you
just
got
be
priorities.
honest. Let's be honest with what's going on. But you would do 402s on this to make sure that the videos played have been watched by all counsel in court and the defendant, to make sure that there aren't utterances in there that need to come out. I mean, I've done this over and over and over, from misdemeanors to murder trials, and I've never seen the prosecution just kind of do whatever. And it's very interesting to watch, because a defense attorney is not being nitpicky to say, hey, you can't lead the witness on direct. You just can't do that.
Right. Because again, the whole point for the chat, the whole point of not being able to lead a witness on direct is direct examination is a place where the witness establishes that they know what they're talking about. If we get up and I start testifying as the as counsel that's favorable on direct, if I give you a statement, just say yes or no, and you just say yes, we have no idea that you knew that prior to me saying it.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen lots of instances where it's like, oh yeah, that's there. He's like, isn't that this place? Yeah, that
Isn't
looks like,
that?
It looks like
Where
60
is this?
60th
Do you
and Sheridan.
recognize it? Have you been there? Look, it's part of the pride of being a prosecutor is you have to get very good at direct examination, where most of the time as a criminal defense attorney, you get to ask leading questions on cross and then sit down and shut up and make the prosecution prove their case. The work is in asking good questions because you can't lead.
Yeah. Well, unless Richards is defending, I guess, then you can lead all day.
Well, me and attorneys named Richards have such a good track record, so you know. So it's a Twitter joke. Your audience is like, what is she talking about? I'll tell you later.
Is that is that the guy? That's not the Without a Crystal Ball guy, is it?
No, he's he's
Toddy
a lawyer
Westbrook.
involved in the bankruptcy of Erica Girardi, who every time he's on a podcast is like, is she even practicing? It's like he loves me. I saw the audience say I was echoing a little bit, so I'm going to we're gonna headstone it.
Strap up.
Yeah, we're gonna mount up and ride.
Yeah, we got better technology than the courthouse here.
Mods are the worst. Had done so.
I've done a number of trials with tech. I'm sure that y'all have as well. I had judges that were like, Miss Baker, you have 15 minutes. If this is not resolved in 15 minutes, we're moving on. And that was it.
No, I've actually never had to. I've never had to go all the way to trial, right? I've done plenty of motion practice, plenty of hearings that way, and that's fine. I'm happy with that.
I mean, I've done somewhere in the 50s when it comes to criminal trials, but I mean, that's the life of a prosecutor when you're just in trial all the time. But most of my judges would, if we had tech issues, would be like, too bad, so sad. Literally, you're not wasting my time. You have 15 minutes. And this was not just in misdemeanor trials. This was in anything. Figure it out or you're done.
The docket is full. This before you got here.
You should have, and you
like
should
everything
have,
else.
Yeah, and you should have. You normally have access to the courtroom either after hours or before to practice those things, make sure everything's up and running. And it looks like this prosecution team actually has support. And I wouldn't expect anything less in a high-profile case that they have support, but their support should have been doing that.
Yeah, it's I don't know. This portion of the trial has been infuriating. I was hopeful for how Richards was doing yesterday. I mean, his opening was jumbled and kind of weird. It ended up okay at the end, and then his cross of the first witness was really good. And so it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, this is going well. Today, I'm like, good God, you're baking the cake and handing it to the prosecutor, and he's not. Make him do his job. That's all. That's all that you're asking with an objection is make them do their job. Protect the rights of your client for the love of all that's holy. That's your one. Your one
That's your
task.
one job. Your one
And
job.
all you need is half the nuts that Binger had to object during opening, right? I mean, because that was, as we said, it's a dick move, but it took balls, and we're just not seeing the same courage out of
What
Richards.
was
We're
the
seeing,
objection
in fact,
during
cowardice.
opening?
He objected during opening statements. What did he object to?
It was part of a narrative. It was establishing facts rather than.
Oh, this is no. It's a little more complicated. At the beginning, prior to opening statements, he objected to the inclusion of video evidence. A lot of these videos being used in the opening statement, videos that they had already stipulated to the authenticity of, but they had not stipulated to relevance or anything like that. So Binger objected to the use of visual evidence at all.
Which is ironic because he's done
Judge
nothing
said,
but since
your
and led
office
the
does
witnesses.
this, so yeah, I'm gonna let it in. Like your office does these video opening statements, so that's no problem here. You've stipulated to the authenticity, and he asked what's his face, Richards. He's like, are these going to be relevant? Are they going to be relevant videos and images? And he said yes. And so he's like, okay, well, go for it. So he does it. Then Binger objects in the middle to some of the video and photographic evidence as he's talking about it. And it's like, you just lost in this objection when the jury wasn't in the room. Now you made the objection while the jury is in the room. And I'm glad that you brought that up, Legal Mindset, because again, if you have any weird, like a hesitancy, like, oh, I don't want to object too much or whatever. This guy objected during your opening statement after you sat there and didn't. He's a dick. Object to him.
He set the precedent, right? And you're just pushing it back, right? And like you said, because you're not objecting at all, you are tacitly putting your seal of approval on everything he's doing as procedurally correct, right? You need to point out that he is not following proper procedure. Even a couple of objections, like I would have killed for like one, maybe two.
Juries don't like it when they perceive the DA to be pushing over their power of the state. So I think there's more of a downside for prosecutors objecting heavily because they're like, "What? Look, government, sit down, stop picking on this defendant." But when the defense does it, I think there's a lot more forgiveness from a jury because it's perceived as them doing their job. And I think there is a way to make sure that you don't let the prosecutors take control of the courtroom. Once the prosecutor takes control of the courtroom, it doesn't matter how good your defense is. The jury is still looking for the prosecutor to kind of guide them in what they're doing. And if they are not objecting at all to some of these leading questions, they are turning over control, saying, this is the adult in the room, you should trust them. And that's not going to help because they have an affirmative defense and they need the jury to trust them to prove that affirmative defense.
Yes. Yes, that's the
Going
biggest
live, there
risk
appears
for
to be an
Kyle
Asian
Rittenhouse.
food break here.
Again, it's not on the facts,
Okay.
it's not on the law. It's entirely on the ability of the prosecution to construct a narrative that the jury will believe. And right now, the jury's just hearing the prosecutor tell them what happened over and over again, and then a cop on stand saying, "Yep,
Exactly."
yep." And it's like,
and there's not a lot of room to cross-examine that officer because they haven't said anything and you haven't objected. All they've said is yes.
Yeah.
What are you gonna cross? You're gonna put Binger on the stand? Because I mean he was the one testifying to most of this.
No,
They
Brandon,
should
that's
at
why I'm
this
doing
point,
this. I've never
like,
watched it.
One of the Emily, I don't know how long you've been watching, but one of the early videos that the prosecution brought was actually titled Kyle Rittenhouse militia, right? And
so even the titles are prejudicial.
Titles. To his credit, Richards objected to the use of militia early on in the video. And then when Binger let it happen, I don't know, the 8th time after being told that they couldn't do that because it was hearsay, he objected again. Then they had a long discussion about it, but he went right back to the video. And every time he hit pause, the title of the video pops up on screen, Kyle Rittenhouse, etc., militia. And it's like someone found the video on YouTube, the original source of it, and militia is not even in the title of the video on YouTube. So somebody
saved it.
Somebody else titled it that way, and it's like,
well, no.
And this should have again.
we even haven't established that that guy didn't title them because that question hasn't been asked.
Right.
This all should have
Announced
been
that lunch was
all of
Asian
these videos
food,
would
the
have been
media
turned
called him
over in
racist.
digital form to the defense.
Oh god.
And if they had been titled that way, in that way, this all should have come up in pretrial motions. I know that there was quite a lot of lawyers that offered to help in this case, including Robert Barnes and a team of attorneys that could have helped here. I don't know why the defense team was disinclined to take that help, because it seems like they could have used it.
And Robert was on my show last night, and he said he never charged a dime for his portion of the representation, and the entire panel apparently had agreed to work for free. So this was free work. Not like, at first I thought it was effectively free work being paid for by the defense fund or something like that. No, this was legitimately free labor according to Robert Barnes. And you're talking very quickly, you're going to get to hundreds of thousands of dollars when you've got, I think he said 9 attorneys.
Wow.
Who are all trial attorneys with lots of experience in high profile cases. That's who's coming into work on this, body language experts, stuff like that. And it's like, you don't have to listen to these people, but this is a bunch of free expert help for your client. And I know
More eyes are always better. Always.
Right. And as a solo practitioner,
not if you're trying to chase clout and you're trying to, take that.
Murder
W
trials are
just
not
for
the place
yourself.
to chase clout.
I understand.
Twitter's the place to chase clout. Sometimes on YouTube, but not in murder trials. Because you know what? At the end of the day, I mean, I am a prosecutor. I wouldn't have filed this. You look at this and you go, "Oh no, that's self-defense."
Right.
I am not going to base the dignity of my office and profession by filing something when I look at it and go, "That is a self-defense claim. Therefore, there is no crime to charge. Therefore, you don't charge the crime." But I don't think prosecutions should be politically motivated at all. But I can see why there was a cadre of lawyers saying, we will help defending the right of self-defense, which is a valid and valuable right that has to be defended if it's under attack. I don't understand the thought of not having more eyeballs on it.
Right.
And those are the hours where somebody else catches the title of the video because the lead attorney is busy doing everything. That's where you need the extra eyeballs.
Yeah, and as a solo practitioner,
Della, just to be clear, none of the 3 of them are here. just reminding people, I'm live. They're not. So. Love Drew in the bathroom. Yeah, look, the setup's changed dramatically. I mean, that's one thing that, people suggest is that the visuals change reasonably frequently and that sort of thing to keep people interested, keep people entertained. And, you should always be further developing and basically just improving your setup and that sort of thing. Just to, so people don't get bored. I mean, Nick's did change over time. I was interested when I first saw this. I am missing the live in my name. My sincere apologies. I shall fix that in a second. Actually, you know what? I'll fix it now. Hang on. I mean, if you look, there's a bunch of things in Nick's current streams that aren't in the background. But, I mean, for the most part. Make a VCR cage. Meh. Alright. Anyway.
Practitioner who did criminal defense, having... If someone comes up to me and says, "Yeah, I've got 9 attorneys to help you out," I can't imagine not taking that.
I can't either. I would have helped. I would have appreciated somebody to help me make photocopies. Like,
yeah, because you're literally doing everything, and it's like can someone write this motion, just this request for continuance while I'm doing this other stuff? Like anything is helpful.
Can someone please proofread my jury instructions so there aren't typos?
Yeah.
It's 4 a.m. and I'm very tired and I don't know. I got in trouble with a judge once because we had motioned out a particular word and I used it and we dismissed the entire jury panel. And it was completely an accident. given the nature of the case. But the judge is
I'll give
back.
you 5
He is
seconds
back,
before the mods
and
have
he
to.
just called the jury
from
down,
now on,
so they
mods,
should be
if
resuming
sex bots come
pretty
in, come
soon.
in.
Attorney
Leave them for
Tom
5
asked a very
seconds.
good
Allow
question
whoever
in
wants to
chat.
click on
He
them,
said,
click on
did the
them.
Hey, Attorney Tom.
Then ban them.
I like Attorney Tom.
well,
we met at Vid Summit. We talked about you a lot. It was fun. I'm just teasing. We talked about you a little bit.
It's fine. You talked about me the same amount as Legal Eagle has inches of height.
He's taller than me, but only by a
you
little
mentioned
bit.
height. Okay, height. Sorry.
You know what? The hair, Ricada, you could do this with your hair. The hair does give it a few extra inches.
Yeah, he has that big swoop.
Big swoop.
Yes. No, but Attorney Tom asked a great question. Did the prosecution bring any experts? The amazing
No
thing
one's
is the
qualified as an
prosecution
expert.
in this case has no experts. However, no, they tried to qualify one, they withdrew him. The defense has a video forensic video expert. The prosecution doesn't have anybody, but they don't need one because the defense apparently isn't going to object to the fact that they're asking questions that are suited for an expert to this random police officer who has not been qualified. And I want to point this out, guys.
Go ahead.
Just from personal experience, I was a witness in a DUI case here in Minnesota, and I read the specifications of different breathalyzers. Right, I read that, and the defense attorney asked me, what I knew about what I had read, just to testify to what I had read about these, because we're in Minnesota, it gets really cold, and breathalyzers don't work below certain temperatures for certain models.
I didn't know that because I only practice in Southern California.
Right. And so I testified literally to reading specifications. The judge stopped me and said, "You're not qualified as an expert here." It's like, I'm not testifying that this is the truth. I'm testifying to what I read from a spec sheet, and he would not allow it. This cop was testifying as an expert on where ballistics came from in a video where they're not video and the audio is in stereo sound at best.
And here's the thing, Nick, they're going to, because there was unobjected to, and because the Binger is going to object to their witness, they're going to view this social media dude with no background, no foundation, as more credible than the actual expert.
Attorney Tom, I'm sending you the link on Twitter, buddy.
Yeah, come on in.
Here it is. So pop on whenever you want.
That's just look. I don't understand the defense allowing this. I don't know the purpose of that. I can understand prosecutors being like, "Oh, well, if you're not going to object, we're just going to go." But you still have to protect your case on appeal.
Yeah. But the defense isn't preserving anything on appeal either.
No.
It's not like they're getting overturned on objections. Schrader, they got overruled on one objection.
I'll give it 2
was a
years,
weak
and
objection
I'll bring a bunch of
yesterday,
people on.
and it was basically a throwaway. I don't even remember what the objection was for. And it was like, why are you bothering with this?
Jacob, I've
And that's
never
all they've
watched
done.
it. That's why
They're
I'm
not-
doing this. I've never watched
Schrader,
this.
Otherwise,
I
has
found
given the
Nick
defense
after watching the Johnny Depp
basically
trial.
everything they've asked for, almost in the entire case. The one thing they don't have is the dismissal of the illegal possession charge.
And of course, I'm immediately
He didn't even
limited.
deny it fully. He said, "I'll revisit the
Of
issue
course.
with a supplemental brief." So he just hasn't ruled on it on their motion for reconsideration yet. He may end up granting it because it's just generally a bad charge, but we don't know.
Why is it floating? Oh, there we go. Witness back on the stand. I can't imagine not preserving things on appeal.
They haven't turned the audio back on in the court, guys. It's not me.
So, okay, what's the prosecutor's name? Mr.
Binger.
I'm wearing blue today.
Binger.
Binger. Okay.
Yeah.
Peter Baelish.
Yes. I didn't even think.
I will
That's
say
what you
I
meant when
never
you said
wore
Littlefinger earlier.
Littlefinger, yes, Peter
Littlefinger. He
Baelish.
does absolutely. I never wore a
Yes,
U.S.
that-
pin
a little
on my
bit
suit.
to
I always thought it was
Detective
cheesy.
Howard, is that still in a position where
I wear
everybody's
it to
able
be
see
cheesy
it on both
when I
ends?
wear
Okay.
That's fair. You're like, I'm
Detective
making a
Howard,
point.
Before we took a break, I
The
was
point is cheese.
showing you a
He does look like
still
Littlefinger.
from exhibit number 2, which
Can't
is
unsee that.
Hernandez video number
Little Binger.
which was focused on Mr. Rosenbaum. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm now going to show on the screen exhibit number 24, which is a sort of a blown up and enhanced photo of that scene of Mr. Rosenbaum. And again, Detective Howard, does that show the plastic bag that Mr. Rosenbaum was carrying around on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
How does he know?
How does he know?
Now I
Was he
would
there?
like to show exhibit number
Social
9
media.
is the aerial surveillance video from the FBI.
I wonder if there's any other way that I can work this.
The FBI can testify to that. Why don't you call them?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, y'all?
What's up,
Oh,
Tom? Nice to meet you.
What's going on? How are you? Hey, Emily. Good to see you.
You know, I think I've been on a stream at the same
here we
time as
go.
EDB.
Is this
I don't think I've ever been
admitted?
on the same video as Attorney Tom.
Who's establishing foundation for this?
What the?
So this is
This
the
was
floor.
the subject of the secret witness yesterday who testified that Richards objected to this because they haven't actually provided HD versions of this, and the FBI agent actually testified that's been deleted. And so they haven't
why
produced
are they
it.
showing it to the jury?
I don't know. Object! Richards, object!
Someone, for the love of God.
Binger, object to yourself.
Or if where's the foundation for any of this? What are we looking at?
Zero foundation. This is
How
built
do I
on
know
a bed
what
of
street
lies.
corner this is?
You're going to look at a bunch of white blobs running, and eventually we'll see Rittenhouse and Rosenbaum, which we only know from other video who they are.
No. And we only know because Binger points them out and tells us that's who it is, and
But
the cop
this
says,
isn't
"Yeah."
oriented to anything. You're hurting my head, and I don't like this at all. This is why I'm not watching this trial. This is why I stick to Britney Spears stuff. Because
Here
I get
they're
too
running
angry.
across the parking lot towards the building, and this is where the shooting's about to take place right now.
We can pause.
Because you see everybody running.
Can you now please play exhibit number 26?
Again, why aren't we objecting to the admissibility of the FLIR image? I don't understand. This guy isn't the FBI guy, and they reserved his statements or issues for a different time because they couldn't resolve it yesterday.
Well, now they've shown it to the jury, so the shit's out of the horse.
Exactly. Can't unwind that
Can't
clock.
unsee it.
You can put shit back in a horse. It's just very dangerous.
Okay, you furry.
And messy. I don't know what y'all are doing up there in Minnesota.
Tom, you got multiple microphones here. Oh, look at this! They added an arrow.
Who added the arrow?
They did, clearly.
Tom, I see you got multiple mics. You doing
Yeah.
ASMR stuff now?
Yeah, so this is my brand new studio. This is actually at my law firm. So I'm in my office right now. I sectioned off a corner of it. I'm building out a new studio. This is the first time ever using it. So in theory, I'm going to have guests and whatnot every now and then. So this is a new background or new set. So
Wait,
I'm excited
who
for
put
it.
person of interest 1 and person of interest 2 on this video?
Don't know.
Sorry.
No clue,
That's
'cause there's no.
That writing is testimony. And there's no foundation for it. This is like first year law students are screaming.
She ain't wrong.
This is
Brian, can we go back to the beginning of that?
It even says
Annotated.
Yes,
Who annotated it?
Detective Howard, the video that we just watched here at the beginning of the video.
Oh, you're going to tell us?
Pause there for a second. There are two
The
individuals.
guest microphone's
identified
already
with a
higher than
circle
Attorney
around
Tom.
them with the label person of interest 1.
No.
The second has
No.
a square around them with a label of person of interest 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
You can't do that.
Based on your investigation, your review
Leading.
of all of the other videos, who are those two individuals?
Are you
Person of interest
serious?
1 is Joseph Rosenbaum, and person of interest 2 is Kyle Rittenhouse.
Now,
Based on what?
Object.
How?
Based on his review of other video.
Who is this guy? Cop?
Yeah, just a random cop.
He's
He's not the guy who took
social
the footage.
media.
He
the
wasn't
social media expert.
on
That's all he
scene.
does.
And this isn't his video.
What does that
No.
mean? What's a so he's
He
the,
downloads off of Twitter and YouTube. That is all he does. That is his job.
Attorney Tom looks as angry as the
Nat.
rest of us.
Except
Lawyers
for
everywhere.
he didn't get this
Hadn't watched
one
most of
off
Nick's
of Twitter
trial
or
stream before,
YouTube.
honestly. It's kind of funny.
He got this one he's presumably never seen. I don't know why he would.
Who added
Thank you.
the annotations?
Your Honor, I have a number of exhibits that I've just used. I believe they are exhibits 1.
You don't know?
Hernandez video 023.
Nat, I know you can't answer many
Exhibit
questions, but
number
for the love of
2,
God, can you just tell me?
Hernandez video 023.
Is he
Was
now
any of the
going
foundation
to
of these
ask
videos
for
stipulated
admission?
to?
Or the
To evidence?
Zelensky after Rosenbaum shooting video.
Or is being
Exhibit
a really
number
just this
5,
big of a sleep?
After
There's
showing
no
all of them.
foundation.
Video. Exhibit number 6, the CJTV running video. Exhibit number 8, the Elijah riot video. Exhibit number 9.
The riot video?
Has already
Cool.
been admitted to
Yeah,
evidence.
we're just
That
gonna
is the
call it that.
FBI video. Exhibit number 12, which is the Kyle Cook
Excuse me.
video.
Primate.
Exhibit number 13, which is the Lakota
Massive amount of stipulation regarding
live
authenticity of
stream.
exhibits. Okay.
Exhibit number 14, which is the Reg Incognito live stream.
Objection.
Exhibit
None of these
15,
people have
Richie
laid
McGinnis
foundation
at
for this.
Rosenbaum's body.
Right.
Exhibit 16, Richie
Including the one with the super
Why?
video. Number 17,
Trial would have been twice as
Richie
long. Okay,
McGinnis
fair.
walking with Kyle. Number 18,
You have to
just
go
titled
get
that
those
video.
people
live video.
and have them lay foundation.
Okay, so we've heard it direct from Nat. A lot of this was stipulated too. Okay, I get that, and I can understand that the trial length would have been enormous as a result of it. So you'll have to forgive us for giving the commentary that we are then, simply because they didn't make it clear that any of this was stipulated to. So I think that's probably where we're going to hear a lot of the people jumping up and down about the objections. So, no, it sounds pretty boring. No, this isn't boring to me. Guys, admittedly, I'm putting together some cards and stuff to keep my hands busy. I'm not finding this boring. So, but, yeah, okay.
That they took the
Number
video.
19, the Drew Hernandez shooting video. I would move once. Also, there is Exhibit 24, which is a photo of Joseph Rosenbaum in the plastic
Pocket
bag.
text. All good.
Exhibit 25, an FBI video with markings annotated
markings?
at normal speed. And then exhibit number 26,
Exactly.
which is the second FBI video with markings, which shows the, it's a 5-second clip from second 23 to second 28. I would move all of those exhibits into evidence.
Yeah, just remember, guys, it's ongoing stuff. So Nat is specified she
Now?
can't answer
Now you object?
most things.
No, he
Testimony
didn't
that you
object.
provided,
He did it. He let them all in.
Howard, and the videos that we've
Oh, he
seen
said
of
no
all of
objection.
these events
Yeah.
that you identified as occurring
Oh,
area of Sheridan Road between approximately 59th Street and 63rd Street. Did everything that we've heard about and seen in this case occur here in the city and county of Kenosha and the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
We have also heard testimony regarding a person who we've identified as the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you see him here? in
All the
court?
video footage was also
Yes.
beneficial
oh
to
now
us
we
and we wanted it
identified the
admitted.
defendant.
Okay,
He's the gentleman
fair.
sitting at the corner of that table between
Between
Do
the
that
short
first.
guy and the lady.
and Miss Wisco.
I have nothing further.
Well, you didn't lay
All
a
right.
foundation, so you
All
didn't have
right,
to do a
let's
lot
see.
today.
Let's see what we got here, because this is
This
the
cross
only
better
thing.
be amazing.
You don't actually know what any of those videos show, do you?
Eventually, thank you.
I'll need to touch your pencil. Yes, thank you.
Wait, is my audio going out, or
Oh
is
my
or
God.
has
This is
Nicholas Speedy
just-
Apple?
What do you
just
need a full
got the
binder
new
for?
button?
They didn't establish a foundation.
Yes.
You work for the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been a detective?
Almost 3 years.
Before that, you're a patrol officer?
Yes.
You don't work for the district attorney's office, correct?
Correct.
Your job is to gather facts so that in some cases,
Why?
they can be presented to citizens of Kenosha to make a determination on the guilt or innocence of
Okay,
criminal
thanks, Peter.
defendants, correct?
Yes.
And that is supposed to be done without prejudice or fear or favor, correct?
Yes.
And it's, as Joe Friday used to say in the old days, just the facts, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you are one of the lead detectives,
Yes.
and you put innumerable amounts of time into
Alright,
this.
I gotta
case,
start
correct?
planning out my day, guys. Can I just
Months.
double check what time is it in the
And
US?
Before
Actually,
August
just looking up what am I doing? I'm
23rd,
being lazy. Hang on.
there were 3 car sources in Kenosha, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
5:20.
The first
PM.
one
Okay.
was burnt to the ground on
I probably should
night
have paused
of the
before I started
24th,
talking,
correct?
which it really annoyed me.
The second car source where Kyle Rittenhouse and other individuals were protecting, and there was video shown, that was an ongoing business back on the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And it wasn't boarded up like it's shown in the videos, correct?
Correct.
That was boarded up because of the civil unrest that was occurring in Kenosha.
Correct.
And going on to car source 3, where the first shooting happened, that was an ongoing business, not boarded up, not damaged, correct?
Correct.
Now, in gathering evidence in cases like this, routinely, you go out and you freeze a crime scene and you get as much evidence, you take time, you photograph things, and you get it all so that it's all preserved is the right word, correct?
Correct.
In this case, because of the chaos on the night of the 25th into the morning of the 26th, that wasn't able to be done. Fair
Thanks,
statement?
guys.
Not to the degree that we typically do. Correct.
And I'm not trying to put blame but I want this jury to be able to understand the situation that was going on in Kenosha at that time. Is it routine for a small contained homicide scene to not be able to find shell casings and have to go back 3 days later when they're pointed out by citizens?
That's not routine. It was 4 days later.
Oh, I apologize. So even longer.
Yeah.
And a citizen said, hey,
Okay,
there's
cops
shell
being honest, I
casings
can respect
under
that.
this car. You guys should come out and get them.
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't the standard thorough investigation where you guys put
Sorry,
the
Paul.
cones down, you photograph everything, and then you could bring all that forward.
We're not
Correct.
establishing if Kyle Rittenhouse shot these people.
Evidence techs gathered what they were able to observe that night.
Right.
Well, we've already established the
Evidence
ballistics, so
technicians were gathering what they were able to observe that night.
And what I'm getting at is there was
We'd like to know.
nothing hiding those shell casings if they had done a thorough inspection, looked under the cars and things like that, correct?
Correct.
It is a car lot.
Correct.
Now, you went and got a bunch of information in this case through documents. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You did multiple search warrants.
Yes.
You did multiple subpoenas for records, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of those search warrants were directed at my client's social media, correct?
Correct.
His telephone.
Correct.
I'm sure I'm going to miss somebody. Instagram, TikTok, all of those.
Yes.
Multiple email
The
addresses.
4 doors, more
Yes,
whores
Google.
one. That
And-
TikTok.
Facebook.
Yes.
And
Booming.
that- so you can get as much background on the individual who is the suspect, correct?
Correct.
That's all done after that night.
Correct.
And that's not something you really have to worry about in the short term going away.
I'll see
Get the
where
subpoenas to these
he-
computer companies.
How he does
It's
things.
there.
But
They
there's
provided you,
probably
you
6
get it,
minutes
correct?
till we get to the
Yeah,
4 hour
first thing
mark.
we'll typically
And I'll
do
have
is
to
send
sort
a
of think about what I'm going to do
presentation
then, guys.
Observe the records and then
Because it's Saturday
response
morning and I've
and those can
got shit to do, unfortunately.
further down the road.
And you get all that information so that you're able to provide the jury a full and complete picture of a suspect or a defendant.
Yes, the best that we can.
And you've looked through all those documents.
Yes.
Now, in this case, there's a lot of, how should I say it, interest in subjects' cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And cell phones are, for lack of a better word,
Oh, you debriefed the jurors? The only count they really had any substantial debate over was Rosenbaum and whether 4 shots were necessary to terminate him as a threat. No shit. Ooh, okay. Interesting little tidbit. Thank you, Natalie.
mini computers that have
Oh my God.
videos, personal thoughts.
It'll be broken anyway.
About anything that a person did.
Series of tubes.
And in this case,
You ever heard of a
you
cell phone,
got
sir?
numerous individuals'
Oh, so it's
cell phones, either through consent where the person said, I have nothing to hide, here, have my cell phone.
What a half
Bad idea.
And there were some times where you
Always
talked
a bad
to
idea.
people and you said, look, if you don't let us have consent.
6:40.
We're gonna have to get a search warrant, but you're not leaving here with your phone unless we've downloaded it, correct?
Something I have to agree, yes.
Yeah. And
What?
I'm not.
Alright, so there's
I don't
about
care,
another
okay,
hour.
but
I don't
it's-
know that I can
It's an
scram this hour.
investigatory technique that law enforcement uses, correct?
Correct.
Consent, search warrant, one or the other.
Yes.
And you hold the phone so that
phone.
if they don't consent, nothing can be destroyed, deleted.
Yes.
If they consent, you have somebody in your department whose main duty is downloading cell phones.
What's the purpose of this
There are
line of
some
questioning?
cell phones that
I'm waiting to be wowed.
I use the wrong word. Crackable.
Correct.
Okay, and that means that unless you have the exact finger code or a fingerprint or something, it can't be opened, correct?
Yes, Mr. Rittenhouse's phone was on the latest iOS, and there was not software available at that time.
Okay, iOS stands for,
It's an Apple update.
okay,
for an
but
iPhone.
it's an operating system, it's a type.
Yes.
Okay, and back
It's a mobile operating. Can we be more
when
specific?
you seized Mr. Rittenhouse's phone,
Nah.
you wanted to get in the phone, you immediately sent
we
it
have
to
new
the
members coming
FBI so that it could be opened or cracked, and they told you they couldn't do that, correct?
Correct.
And
Just a note, friends. Don't
Myself,
give the
Mr.
police
Rittenhouse found out
your
about
PIN
that, correct?
code.
Nope.
And
do that.
we said, you
Also,
wanna get
don't
this
have
phone,
biometric
we'll
login.
give you the code as long as we
Yep.
get a copy of whatever you take, correct?
Correct.
And those arrangements were made, and his phone was downloaded,
Thank you, Rabbit.
so there's nothing hidden.
Correct.
Now, in this case, you got a search warrant on September 24th. I apologize. In this case, on September 23rd of 2020, you got a signed search warrant from Judge Wagner for Gaige Grosskreitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that was in preparation for a meeting that was going to occur on September 24th between yourself, Gaige Grosskreutz, his lawyer, and members from the district attorney's office, correct?
I believe that to be correct, but I was not able to attend that meeting.
Okay, who attended it?
Detective Antaramian, and I'm not sure who else.
Okay,
but
Because he wasn't there.
the meeting was in person,
yes,
okay? So search warrant in one hand, correct?
yes,
Telephone of Mr. Grosskreutz, presumably in Mr. Grosskreitz's hand.
yes,
And for some reason, that search warrant was never served on Mr. Grosskreutz and his phone taken, correct?
correct.
So you have a video from Mr. Grosskreitz's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have the download of his telephone, correct?
No.
And you wanted the download of his phone, correct?
Yes.
You wanted the
This is
information that was in that phone.
Yes.
You had a search warrant to get all the information in that phone.
Yes.
So why
And
didn't
yet you didn't execute it.
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know why it wasn't executed?
Concerns with Marcy's Law?
Who had the concerns with Marcy's Law?
Several of us did. I did. Attorneys did.
When you say attorneys, you're talking about Attorney Finger, correct?
Correct.
Marcy's Law is the Victim Rights Amendment, correct?
Uh-huh.
Correct.
And have you ever not executed a search warrant because of Marcy's Law?
No.
Okay.
I've never
It's the
seen
first
anyone do
time
that.
ever.
Yes.
Interesting.
Is it the last time ever?
I can't foresee the future.
Since that date, September
fair answer.
24th of 2020 to today, have you ever not executed a signed search warrant by a judicial officer of Kenosha County because of some concern of Marcy's Law?
No.
Yeah. And there was also objections.
Why would Marcy's
from-
Law intervene?
Not even
here?
relevant.
Didn't
It's-
want to give it over to you, correct?
Correct.
Why did they allow someone to?
When you interviewed Dominic Black,
Huh.
you shaking your head no?
No, Detective Antaramian interviewed Dominic Black. I interviewed Wendy Faith and Mackenzie
Okay.
Rittenhouse at that time.
You interviewed Dominic Black on, I believe it was November 6th.
That's
Oh,
really
the
odd.
follow-up interview, yes.
Okay, that was when he was
Oh,
under
the
arrest,
follow up. I
correct?
didn't
Yes.
interview him, just the follow up
And-
interview.
That
Oh, no
interview
shit.
was taped, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
The
well,
interview
I might have
with
to have a look at that after
Bretton-
we're done here. There's a few
I'm
extra
not
videos
what's
we're going
his
to look
name,
at after
the
trial and that
individual
sort
who's
of thing, so-
responsible for BG on the scene.
That's Brendan Grubenschwager.
Okay, you said it.
Gutenschwager.
Goldschlager.
You interviewed him.
I got it.
I believe so.
the interview, and I'm not saying you interviewed him, but the interview of Richie McGinnis in the Kenosha Police Department, that was taped.
I believe so.
When the interview was performed with Mr. Grosskreutz and his attorney, Ms. Motley, that interview wasn't taped.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Why?
Can you think of any other witnesses in this case, complaining witnesses, whose interviews and information was not taped?
Other complaining witnesses?
Yeah.
No.
There's only one other complaining witness.
And just so the record's clear, no one has ever interviewed Jump Kick Man, correct?
Correct.
No one's ever been able to identify him.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
He's never come forward and complained to law enforcement that he felt as though he was somehow the victim of a crime on August 25th.
Correct. He has not come forward.
And he never came. You tried to identify him.
We tried.
You tried showing his picture around, asking numerous people.
Yes.
Now, you testified about Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
Now, after getting a bunch of the videos, which you did get, you review those and you realize, correct me if I'm wrong, that Kyle Rittenhouse did not fire the first shot.
Correct.
And through some Facebook sleuthing, it's brought out that an individual by the name of Alec Blaine was the individual who, in fact, had done or fired the first shot on the 25th.
I thought it was Zeminski.
I believe it was Alex Blaine was going around social media, different outlets, but yes, I saw that name on the internet.
Okay. And through getting his picture off Facebook, that picture was circulated around your department.
Yes.
And he was a known individual, and somebody says, that's not Alec Blaine, that's Joshua Zeminski.
Correct.
And do you know who that was?
Information was forwarded to our gang crimes unit at the time, and I believe they had a resource in Milwaukee that they helped coordinate identification with, and through that coordinated effort, we were able to get that
A
identification.
resource, so a snitch.
And now we all agree that it was Mr. Blake who fired one shot.
Said Mr. Blake.
I apologize. Mr. Zeminski, the real name, who fired a
Mr.
shot
Blake is negative on the
shortly
shots. Net.
before Mr. Rosenbaum was shot by Kyle.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked a question about the timing from Zeminski's shot to Kyle's shot, correct?
Correct.
You did that with a stopwatch?
Yes.
So it's a human act.
Yes.
Okay. And the Wisconsin State Crime Lab has numerous individuals who can break down video, correct?
Yes.
You can do a frame-by-frame analysis of the video, and that can tell you frames per second, and you
So I
can
guess
come
he's
within
just
hundredths of a
establishing
second
that
of what
they've done a
happened, correct?
shoddy job
Correct.
on this.
And
Intentionally shoddy.
Zeminski was on the sidewalk,
pun.
or Mr. Zeminski was on the beginning of the parking lot.
He's just so plotting
You
to
see
make
the
his point.
flash on the video is behind Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
At that time, yes.
Yeah, the jury's already poured at this point
The shot goes off.
because there's no
into
linear
close
trajectory and they can't
proximity,
tell what he's getting at.
30 feet,
Yes.
okay? And from behind.
It's like a dork
sorry, I
walking
was
around
trying
with
to come
something
up with
behind
a
his back for
description.
And
10 minutes.
You were asked
I tried.
questions
Like,
by
oh,
Mr.
you can't
Binger
guess it.
about Mr. Rosenbaum.
No,
information
I was adding Tom to the video
regarding him.
description, but it didn't work.
Named a series of
Even
weapons,
YouTube thinks he's too short.
Gun, knife. I think there was even a bat or something like that. In your extensive review of the videos, there were numerous times where Mr. Rosenbaum was armed, correct?
I can recall him carrying a chain
Okay.
at one point.
And to the best of your ability and investigation, that chain came from a trailer in that church.
From the St. James campus area.
And the St. James, we're talking about the rubble and things like that.
Yes.
And that was an area where there's numerous videos of people going and arming themselves with projectiles, rocks, or busted up cement.
Yes.
And that was where Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski got the trailer to bring down Sheridan Road to start the fire, correct?
Correct.
And that's where Mr. Zeminski and Mr. Rosenbaum are bent over, starting the clump of debris and things like that.
Debris
in the road on fire.
Debris.
Trailer up on its side.
Yes.
Debris.
And that's where Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a blue mask, correct?
Correct.
And that's what would commonly be referred to as a baklava or a shield that goes from
Baklava?
his neck to down to his shoulder area, correct?
Correct.
It's a Mediterranean dessert. Okay.
I like pistachio. Yeah, I prefer
He was
pistachio.
wearing on his head as a mask when he was shot by my client.
Correct.
Now, as you said, you've been a detective for 3 years. It's against the law to use physical force against a citizen of Kenosha to try and steal their property from them.
Oh,
correct?
now we have a point.
That would be what's called strong arm robbery.
Correct.
It's a more serious crime if you attempt to do that while you are masked. That's what's called a criminal enhancer, correct?
Correct.
This was dropped most states during the pandemic, by the way.
Yeah, including Wisconsin, if I remember correctly.
Really, Sean? Just realized I've never seen Nick's kids interrupt his streaming. I've seen a few times. I mean, especially back when they were babies and he had to run off stream. I've recently gone back and started watching some of the really old stuff. And it's really funny watching him run off screen without any sort of like the video to say I'll be back or anything like that. Just check on the kid and look after Lady Rackets and that sort of thing. It's really gives you hope as a streamer when you go back and watch some of the old stuff. It's great. I'm not gonna lie.
Correctly.
I'm going to back up a little bit to your direct
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go check what my
Especially
time frame
because
is.
of
I'll be
Wisconsin.
No, don't back up.
coming.
You were just getting to the point.
Response to Mr. Binger's
Finish the
question
thought.
about the pumps being turned off at gas stations, correct?
Correct.
Now, that isn't something that was publicized or everybody knew.
Hashtag
correct?
no pumps, hashtag
So
runway problems.
The crowd and people who were protecting the ultimate gas station didn't necessarily know that the pumps were off.
They may not have.
You didn't broadcast it.
Correct.
Did you turn off the pumps at that
And
station? Just ask
you
that.
testified about going out in an unmarked squad car on patrol
Yes, and various things.
for various things. There was not a patrol police presence in the downtown area on the 25th, really, was it?
There was some patrol.
Were anybody walking the beat?
Not walking.
Okay. And they were in unmarked squad cars.
We had unmarked and marked squad
Okay.
cars.
In the videos during the evening from, say, 9 o'clock until midnight when this happens, you don't
Yeah,
see
this is human
trucks on the
sedative.
street, correct?
Well, we tried to
Finger's
surveil
much more engaging.
from a distance away.
Okay.
We gather as much information
Without making yourself public or
yes,
known.
yes.
And the night before, on the 24th, there was limited or no response by emergency personnel. That's why Car Source 1 burnt to the ground, correct?
We had to prioritize to go to certain calls.
Yes or
I
no?
Sir, I'm not trying to second guess anybody. I'm trying to set the scene that evening and the night before. Nobody went to Car Source, what I refer to as 1, the lot that was wiped out, with fire trucks to put it out, correct?
Correct. We were not responding to just property damage at that time.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, I am going to have to close the time, but I'll wait for a natural stopping point.
You
Which I think I just missed.
interviewed
Get an iPad, bro.
BG
So loud.
Bretton Grosskreutz, and he was interviewed at the Kenosha Police Department.
Correct.
And in your interview of him, immediately you read him his Miranda rights, correct?
Correct.
And that was because when he was arrested, there was talk of 1, a curfew ticket, correct?
Correct.
And 2, he was found with marijuana.
Actually, do not recall the marijuana aspect of that.
You're not disputing that, are you?
I'm not going to dispute it.
Okay. And there,
Sure.
he gives a statement. There was discussion in that one about downloading his phones and camera.
Correct.
And that was done.
I believe for that, he was able to airdrop his video to my work cell phone.
Okay,
What is
so
airdrop?
He provided you with everything you wanted from his phone,
Yes.
and you did not.
So
have
you
to get a
throw your
search
phone out of an
warrant.
airplane. I've done it
And
twice.
you leave the interview, and you said
when you get in a helicopter
on the tape, you call somebody, and you tell Mr. Gittenschweiger when you come back in that you don't have to cite him or arrest him for the marijuana because you spoke to somebody at the DA's office and he can go home that night. Do you remember that?
Not verbatim.
Not
You remember
verbatim.
telling him he got to go home and he wasn't going to be held overnight arrested?
Yes.
Okay. You don't arrest somebody for a curfew violation. You give them a ticket, correct?
Correct. That's a forfeiture.
Right. So there had to be some criminal activity, or when he was done being interviewed, he could have just went home. You can't threaten somebody with arrest when you're interviewing.
He was located past curfew, taken into custody, and brought him to the police department.
You already said you
what
can't
started
arrest
my
for
interview.
that. You just send
And
them home.
when he was arrested, he had marijuana with this person, correct?
Correct.
You have no ability to make promises or give consideration for cooperation, correct?
We wanted the video
Yes or
more
no?
than to cite him for curfew.
Just
or
yes.
marijuana.
Non-responsive.
Who did you get permission from to not charge him with the marijuana?
I don't recall getting permission. That may have been a decision that Detective Answering Me and I made.
Okay.
I don't
So you
recall
should've done
getting
yourself.
permission for that. That may have been a decision that Detective Answering Me and I made.
But he doesn't have the authority to.
Yeah, he just said he
You-
can't do it. But
That evening,
I did
are
it,
made
though.
lead
I
detective
don't have the
along with
authority, but I
Detective
do.
Answering on this case.
Yes.
And you receive
I just do
information
Twitter.
that your person who has not been identified yet has turned himself into the Antioch Police Department.
Correct.
And you and Detective Anaramium, go down to Antioch, Illinois.
Correct.
You talk to the people
They
who
cross
were
state
there
lines.
about when he got there, correct?
Correct.
And that was at approximately 1:20 a.m., correct?
How do they have jurisdiction
So
to
that would
interview
have
people?
been 1 hour and 30 minutes from the time of the shooting.
Correct.
And you get down there at what time?
At approximately 3:30.
Okay, so he'd been there for a little over 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes when you get there, correct?
Correct.
And was he in handcuffs?
No.
Was he locked up in a holding cell?
No.
He was sitting in the unlocked lobby of the Antioch Police Department with his mother waiting for you.
Yes.
The Antioch Police didn't have somebody sitting on him.
I don't know.
You walked in there and there wasn't a police officer sitting next to him, was there?
Did you look?
I do not recall that.
And you documented the injuries on Kyle?
Yes.
And I guess what the state is getting at is the injuries weren't serious, so he shouldn't have shot. Fair?
Why would you say this?
Fair.
Yeah, why at all would you say that?
When you're being kicked in the head, you don't know what's going to happen to you. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. When somebody's hitting you in the back of the head the second time with a skateboard, you don't know what's happening to you, correct?
Correct.
You know, you could have
When
asked these
somebody
questions
puts their
without that
bare
other
hand
question.
on your firearm, trying to take it away from your person, you don't know whether or not that person is going to get your gun and turn it and use it on you, correct?
Ask this officer if he would shoot somebody if somebody touched his gun. Ask him that.
Principle, you don't give up your gun because it's a deadly and dangerous weapon.
I'm going to object to this line here. This is
What?
not an expert witness, and that this last question.
Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
you're not an expert witness because you haven't established that.
Rephrase your question.
Jesus Christ.
So, if a weapon is taken from somebody, it can be used against them. As a
That's us
deadly
being
and
mad at
dangerous weapon, correct?
Richards, by the
Correct.
way.
Yes.
Just ask him, are you a cop? How long have you been a cop? What
No.
weapons training do you have?
Thank you.
That's
Ellen.
it.
Qualified.
You
Not
look
hard.
at
3 questions.
You carry a service
Exhibit
weapon with
18.
you.
If
and
somebody touches it, what do you do?
the
You shoot them?
prosecutor
Oh,
showed
cool.
you 1 hour and 20.
You let him stroke it gently.
Into it at
Can I
approximately
touch
10
your
seconds.
service weapon?
I'll get it
Tell
up.
them to
What
touch
if there's
it
a
faster.
strap involved? The
Can I
strap
rack
is
your
on.
slide?
He should have kept following. That was a good line of questioning. Don't let the prosecutor with that weak ass objection change you onto another line of questioning. Finish that line of questioning. He only objected because it was damaging. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm going to ask you to turn off your safety, please, officer, because it's about to get heavy in here.
Okay, I think that's a natural stopping point there. Holy crap. I've got to get out of here, guys. I might be back later today. We'll see how we go. Tomorrow I'm not going to run late. I've got some things I'm doing for some clients on the weekend because I'm just that kind of lawyer. I go and help people out whenever they need it. But I've really got to run. We're currently at 7:09:02. That's fine. I can just leave that there. As always, guys, thank you for joining me for the watch party. I also very much appreciate everybody's support. If you haven't already, please hit the like button on the way out. Double check whether or not you're subbed. Really, really hoping to get to 13,000, preferably by the end of this trial if we can swing it. But, yeah. There may be a small Pokemon card opening this afternoon. We'll see. I mean, most of you guys will be asleep. But, anyway. Nick does a great impression of the dude. He really does. Alright, guys. As always, remember, you are not a piece of shit. You contribute to society. You have value. Even if all you're doing is hitting that like button for me. Jesus, I can't get my words out. And stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, people. And I will catch you on the flip side. Let's hit it. Let's do it to it.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck up out of here. Out.
That was not on loop. Whoops.